Hello, hello. Okay, sorry for being a little late. Some stuff happened IRL. Suddenly have lots of projects to do, lots of work to get done. Collabs, ideas, research on how to run a more interactive, engaging, and fun stream. But yeah, here we are. Ready to start to play Zachtronics Eliza. One of the reasons I want to try this whole streaming thing is because there's a lot of games that I really want to share with people, but either they're just not engaging or flawed as a game, or they require lots of training as a gamer. They're just too very input intensive. Hello, Lorenz Sapiens. How you doing? Yeah, so Eliza is not an input intensive game. It's a visual novel. You just click and read and make some choices. It's not difficult as a game. I'm doing mostly fine. Just a bit swamped with work, but it's good. It's good to do stuff. It's fun to draw and create and learn and watch tutorials. It's just I'm a bit overwhelmed by all the choices I have to make. But I'm glad. I think, say, for example, there I set up a bot with my socials. That's one step forward. But I'm glad. Like, I was like paralyzed with so much choices on how to make a good stream. So, and I decided, no, I'm just procrastinating it. I'm never like actually getting this done if I don't just jump and do things like a fucking neurotypical. And yeah, so far it's been fun. So as I was saying, one of the reasons I wanted to try this whole streaming thing is because there's games that I want to share, but they're just like too. The barrier of entry is a bit high for the people I want to share the game with. And some games that I want to share that I believe can be helped tremendously by having some expert commentary going on. This is one of those games. So, Eliza was made by Zachtronics in 2019. Zachtronics is most well known for the whole engineering as a game genre, to the point that they're called Zach-likes. Exapunks, Codex for Chemical Engineering, Last Call BBS. What's another famous? Magnum Opus, Space Chem. Those are some of the more famous Zach-likes. So it really caught my attention when they went against form and genre and decided to make a visual novel. It's really not their area of comfort, yet they did it. It's pretty good. But I think that in order to fully, quote unquote, get it, you do need some background in computer science, information, or just computing engineering. Just a bit of a general understanding of how computers work. And what are their intrinsic limitations? Just like that really helps understand a lot of what is being said in this game. So I really want to tell people, hey, play this game, but I'm afraid that many of them won't get out of it as much because lots of people just don't like reading. Lots of people just don't like visual novels because words upon words. And also because they lack the technical know-how to understand like what are the points being made. Some of those points are made, they almost feel implicit because, I mean, the people behind Zachtronics, they are really good at computer science and engineering. So it's kind of difficult to think without those tools. So maybe they assume or just found it difficult to make a presentation on those topics without certain assumptions that are so ingrained into them that they just don't get it. Or just don't feel the need to explain it. Anyway, so that's where I come in. I'm going to try to complement this playthrough with some of the rudimentary knowledge I have about computer science, information theory, and particularly machine learning. Yeah, Eliza, as the game cheekily suggests, is a game about so-called AI. And if you follow me on my socials or read what I write or hang out with me for an extended amount of time, you will see that I am pedantically obsessed with using air quotes against around artificial intelligence, or calling it so-called artificial intelligence or so-called AI. Let me be clear. Artificial intelligence, as it currently exists in the year of 2026, is not real. It's a marketing term. There is no artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is best understood as the creation of an artificial mind or a distinct self. If you call a program that does something difficult through machine learning artificial intelligence, that's good for your stocks, that's good for impressing technologically literate people, but it's a marketing scam or an outright lie. It is an irresponsible use of the term. There's nothing artificial in artificial intelligence because most of the time it is maintained, trained, and sometimes just done entirely by humans, just hidden behind a layer of abstraction. And there's nothing intelligent about artificial intelligence. It's not an individual self. It's not a living being. It's not a mind that produces its own thoughts. It is an algorithm. It follows precise rules and delivers, in the case of machine learning, a semi or pseudo random result. For example, Waymo. Recently, Waymo was shown in the news to not really be self-driving cars because many of the time you have a crew in, I think, Philippines. Philippines mentioned, rah rah. A group of humans who are just operating the vehicles from a distance. Anyways, so some more background. I am not a computer scientist. I am not like a programmer or anything. But I did specialize in formal logic when I studied philosophy. And in my areas of specialization, I dealt a lot with Gödel's incompleteness theorems and the Entscheidungs problem, the decision problem. The Entscheidungs problem is how... I'm totally butchering that pronunciation. I have no idea how you pronounce. Actually, I should write it on chat so people know what I'm talking about. And Entscheidungs problem. I'm going to put the link to Wikipedia on chat. So it is translated as the decision problem, and it is a fundamental limitative result on mathematics. And in order to answer that, people have to basically define or build computation as we understand it. And that is where a lot of my general knowledge about the intrinsic limitations of computing comes from. I also then, in 2018, before this game was released, made a presentation about so-called AI because several of my students were panicking. They were like, teacher, what is this about? I hear about robots rising up and killing us all, and this is gonna be a Skynet. Is Skynet real? Because Elon Musk is a very smart guy, and he says the AI fears and whatever. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna answer you why that's not possible, and I'm gonna find the strongest possible evidence about why that's not possible. And yeah, it turns out that in order for strong AI or good old-fashioned AI or whatever you want to call it, for it to be even remotely threatening, I mean, this is not a guarantee. This is just like one of the many steps it needs to take. It needs to take, and by it I mean computational intelligence. You will first need to prove that P equals NP, which is a problem in computer complexity theory, which is the results of a family of problems, the amount of time they take to solve. And the amount of time they take is understood as how fast the complexity of the program grows in time. What this means in non-nerd is that there are families of problems which are tractable or untractable, depending on time and resource constraints. Tractable means that, maybe you could do it in principle, but it will take like billions of years to compute. Because of how the program expands in complexity. For example, we haven't solved chess, as in we do not have a single program that can find the optimal sequence of plays in chess, because the complexity of that is tremendously huge, like really, really big number. So while chess is indeed a computable problem, it is possible to solve in principle, it is untractable. Like it will take, depending on the algorithm you write or the way you want to approach the problem, it will take more time than the entire universe has left to run. So pretty much impossible. It's like not metaphysically impossible, not abstract impossible in some vague sense, but materially impossible, concretely impossible. And through that, I have some general understanding of the limitations of machine learning and AI. How machine learning works, what the different branches or subtypes of machine learning there are, which is not exactly easy knowledge to come from because not all of it is publicly available. But at least I have enough understanding to expand on the criticisms this game makes. Anyways, that's the intro. I also want to remind everyone there's a content warning. This game touches upon some heavy subjects. There's themes of suicide, self-harm, depression, and labor abuse, burnout. So yeah, probably people under 18. I really doubt there's anyone under 18 watching my stream anyways, but if you are underage, maybe skip this one. Or if you're really interested on AI or something or whatever, please ask. Yeah, please ask about stuff or yeah. Yeah, Mr. Bytes, I know that's normal to you, but you know what's not normal to me? Society. Yeah, just being a responsible streamer and just warning people. Warning has been made. I'm gonna hide this content warning for now. I also want to mention that we have Notepad. If there's any questions on chat or bits that you want me to clarify, please tell me so I can write it. Things that I also find interesting, I'm gonna write them down. But yeah, I think we are Ready to begin? Let's hit it. Oh, okay, no, okay. One more thing. Like an example of how Zachtronics assumes. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Let me put it somewhere else. Of how Zachtronics assumes that their audience is geniuses. Is the very title of the name. The very title of the game, sorry. Okay, there we go. Content warning placed. The very title of the game is a huge troll. Because, as many engineers know, Eliza was one of the first chatbots back in the second wave of AI in the 70s, 80s, I think. Let me check exactly. So, yeah. Eliza is an early natural language processing computer program developed from 1964 to 1967. Yeah, even earlier than I thought. Yeah, so it's a computer program from the 60s. And the whole trick of Eliza is that all it does is do the solid snake school of conversation. Chad, do you know what the solid snake school of conversation is? You wait for someone else to say something, and then you just repeat what they said in the form of a question. No? No? You don't know, huh? See, that's the solid snake school of conversation in action. So that's what Eliza the chatbot did. It just waited for the user to present a sentence and then tried to frame a way. You repeat what it says in the form of a question. Yeah, that's it. So Eliza the chatbot just waited for the user to write something and then phrased some of the elements as a question. And that's all Eliza did. And it was incredibly effective at fooling people. So that's the name of the game, Eliza. I'm gonna give everyone in chat a virtual cookie if they spot Eliza in the game. Okay? Let's fucking go. Yeah. Chapter 1.
I had a dream this morning, but I can't remember what it was.
How's the game audio? Can you hear the voice acting?
It all vanished when the alarm went off.
Fucking alarms.
First time that's happened in a while. I've been drifting away inside my own world for too long.
Same.
It's time for me to wake up.
Chat. Our main character is woke. She has just woken up. She's woke. My face when I go to society. What are you supposed to do on the light rail? Use your phone, I guess. Or look around. No, let's look around. Must be commuting to work. Maybe it's her first day at the new job too. Oh no! We are salaried employees! Seems unlikely. What else can we look around? Is she sleeping? I hope she doesn't miss her stop. Also, notice, chat, that we can only click on the women. I forgot how difficult getting around this city can be sometimes. Girl, you have light rail. Imagine living in a world of Strodes. I mean, at least there's some public transport. Okay, also, as is typical in Zachtronics games, there's a solitaire. And it's hard as balls. Yeah, there's mini games. I want to relax. some of girl failure going on. The gym already nags me about not working out. I didn't need more of that. Eliza proxy. Okay, that's interesting. Chats. Okay, but let's check our email. So we have a mail from ourselves, Evelyn Ishino Aubrey. So that already tells us a lot about the main character. She's half Japanese and she has 2 last names, but hyphen because American naming conventions, I guess. We believe in ourselves. Dear Evelyn Ishino Aubrey, congratulations, you are taking the first step on an exciting and rewarding career with the Skanda family. Please show up promptly for your orientation meeting at 9 a.m. Friday, January the 3rd. Title Proxy, Level 1, Classification, Contingent Staff, Contract Agency Capstone. Location, Eliza Counseling Career Center, Queen Anne, Seattle, Washington. We're looking forward to working with you. Oh no, we have been hired by Skanda. Now, let's see if Skanda means anything. I didn't check it this time, Yeah, so Skandas means heaps, aggregates, collections, groupings, clusters. In Buddhism, it refers to the 5 aggregates of clinging, the 5 material and mental factors that take part in the perpetual process of craving, clinging, and aversion due to the avijja. Avijja meaning ignorance. Some writers use subtlety. Zachtronics thinks they are cowards. We are going to work at the factory named after aggregation and clinging. Yeah, biometric scam email from whatever. Yeah, we have been girl failoring for 3 years. One spawn discount? Yeah, whatever. Fuck off. Okay. Okay, there's also some visual help, which is appreciated. Things we can click have like a white rhombus on them. I think we're done with the commuting in the light rail. Time to go to work in the shit factory! Eliza, powered by Skanda. It is so strange to say it like this. What do you mean, Evelyn? Our first visual novel representation of the main character. Okay, what should I be doing here? Should I check in at the front desk? Yeah, I too, when I go to work at the shit factory, am filled with anxiety and self-doubt. That is very normal. Evelyn is very normal to me. Wait, there's the woman I met in the orientation meeting last week.
Hi, you're Evelyn, right? You remember me? That's impressive.
Negative res! But it's okay, it's okay. Evelyn, we'll try to help you out.
There were a lot of people at that orientation.
Of course. I've done this for a while now, so I'm pretty good at putting names to faces.
Not me!
People always say they're bad at it, but it's a skill you can practice just like any other.
That's true, but if you're autistic like me, it's still always gonna be extra difficult.
In case you forgot, though, I'm Ray.
Wow, the implication.
Come to me with all your questions, comments, complaints, whatever. And if you look around and can't find me, I'm probably at one of the other 2 counseling centers I'm running right now.
Running at least 3 counseling centers, thus explaining the bags under her eyes.
So you can count on me being back soon.
3 centers. Sounds like a lot of work.
It is. It's bullshit.
Oh, it is a lot of work.
Yeah, well, don't do it. It's for losers.
This is kind of a temporary thing. We're growing fast, and hiring is one of our big challenges.
Yep, we're in that part of the venture capitalist loop.
That means there's decent opportunity for advancement here, if that's something you're looking to do.
This is absolute horseshit, chat. Like, I probably don't need to explain it to you, but if you're newly hired and human resources tells you there's opportunity for advancement, what they're saying is, oh, I'm gonna hint at the possibility of you getting a raise. I'm not gonna commit to anything. I'm not gonna give you a binding offer or a negotiation. I'm just gonna suggest that if you work super hard and try the extra hours and blah blah blah, you may get advancement. Yeah, no, fuck that. Probably not, but that's good to know. Yeah, no, show it.
Probably not, but that's good to know.
Shall we start with a quick tour of the office?
I guess. Tastefully appointed? This is tasteful? This is just corporate sterile crap. There are a few people already waiting for their counseling sessions to
You
start.
could say the Queen Anne office is Eliza's flagship location.
Okay.
It has 12 individual counseling rooms. Currently, we're up to seeing almost 100 clients a day here.
One of the recurring themes we're gonna see here is these people are obsessed with quantity. The more clients you treat, the better you are at counseling. That's absolute nonsense. Therapy is not something you can churn out like a factory.
100 a day?
That's so many.
The growth trend isn't stopping either. Demand for Eliza keeps exceeding our expectations, especially here in Seattle for whatever reason.
Because people in Seattle are miserable and depressed.
We're already looking at adding more capacity here. Either that or opening another location close by. Personally, I think having a single office with 24 counseling rooms might seem a little unfriendly, so I hope we go for a second location. I like to think of Eliza centers like cafes or coffee shops. A few small ones is better than one big one.
Corporate. Yeah, I guess so. I'm not gonna say makes sense because it's just, I mean,
I guess so.
yeah, non-committal. Counseling centers like coffee shops. Odd metaphor. Yeah, like, what are the associations at play here? What makes you think that you can provide therapy and counseling like a coffee shop? Like, therapy centers in every street, like fucking Starbucks or whatever the fuck? Ray leads me into one of the counseling rooms.
And here's where the magic happens, in these little rooms.
The magic.
You'll get your assignments from the Eliza app on your phone.
Just like Uber. Gig economy.
Oh, one thing to note, it's always a good idea to double check the headset to make sure it's working properly before you dive in.
What the fuck do you mean dive in? Is this Sword Art Online?
We've had some quality control issues lately.
Oh no.
After that, all you need to do is initiate the session and follow the instructions. Make sense so far? Any questions for me?
Yeah, do you have a soul?
I think I got it.
Great. Before I go, just a few reminders of things we covered in orientation. No deviating from the script that Eliza gives you.
Okay. This is important. This is important. I am a human that has to follow the script exactly. I have to follow precise instructions and cannot question them or interpret them in any way, shape, or form.
No checking your smartphone or anything else that would take your attention away from the client during the session.
Okay, this one is more sensible.
I remember.
It looks like you're dressed acceptably as well. Nothing snazzy, but it'll do.
It's casual.
You wouldn't believe the outfits some people come in here wearing.
I will, it's Seattle.
Okay, let me double check to make sure you're all...
I mean, it's not Portland, but close enough.
Yep, looks like you're all good to go. Okay, ready to start your first counseling session as an Eliza proxy?
Are we ready, chat? Ready? There's just something I don't understand. Let's see what happens if I click here.
I'm still not sure I understand.
I don't understand why you're doing any of this.
Don't worry, there's basically nothing you can do to mess it up.
There's nothing I can do. Huh,
You just
interesting.
follow the prompts. It's a really impressive system.
Just follow the prompts. I remind you, this game was made in 2019.
If you want, have a look around the counseling office first. Get comfortable. I'll check in with you afterward.
Okay, let's click things. Coffee! Yes. No! Dang it, I want coffee. I hope springs come soon. Yep. So there are dozens of these locations already. Scan is putting some serious investment into this. That sucks. Yeah, okay. Nothing new. Phone. Dear Evelyn Yoshino Aubrey, thank you for signing up as an Eliza proxy. What's a proxy? Let's define proxy. It's a technical term for nerds. So a proxy is in political settings someone who can represent another person. Let's say, for example, that you're caught in some legal drama, whatever. Your lawyer is in some ways or can function as a proxy for several processes they can file for you. When your lawyer files things or makes motions in your name, he's acting as a proxy. But also, in computer science, a proxy is... how shall I put it? It's an outward-facing program or service. Outward in the sense of it can communicate with another program or another computer. So, us being called proxies is a bit of another computer science pun, because it is ambiguous whether we are representing someone or we are just another computer program interfacing with another computer program. Eliza is a rapidly growing counseling service driven by the world's most advanced AI. Tan tan tan. Okay, so I know we all hate corpus speak, but take a second to understand its implication. What does it mean for AI to be the most advanced? So, as I mentioned Tuesday, when you say that something is the most X or the most Y, that implies that you can rank everything within that category or collection. And that means you can put all the elements in that collection in a set that functions like a line. like a straight line. So there's one at the top, then the second, then the third, then the fourth. Pa, 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 pa. I know it's all bullshit corpus speak, but it just autistically infuriates me when people just say shit. How do you even measure what being the most advanced AI is or means? How do you measure advancement? Just complete corporal word salad. Anyways, as a proxy, you serve as the personal touch that allows our clients to hear what they need to hear from a real human being, not a robot or virtual avatar like our competitors. This is the official Eliza app for proxies. In it, you can view important messages from Scanda, your session history, and your current level of and badges. I guess. Enjoy your experience helping people help themselves with Eliza. Proxy Coordinating Center, Scanda Incorporated. Do not reply to this message. It is sent from an unmonitored email address. For general inquiries or the request to support for your Eliza proxy account, visit the Scanda support portal. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, Mr. Edwin Park. Stick to the script. As Eliza counseling centers continue to open across the country, I want to take a moment to remind all provider proxies. Please avoid deviating from the provided script. I know that it is tempting to come to conclusions about clients on your own, but Eliza will not work if proxies differ from its judgments. So, this goober just affirmed that the Eliza AI creates judgments. They are already anthropomorphizing the algorithm, treating it like a person, using human language for what is just a glorified computer program. Keep in mind that you are present only in order to provide a human touch, again that euphemism, to an interaction that is fundamentally between the client and Eliza. Continual violation of this policy may result in reprimand or even termination. Thank you for your attention. Can we play now? Okay, not yet. I just want a game. Also, sorry for the dogs if you can hear my neighbor's dogs barking. Time to get started. It really looks like a therapist's office in here. Yeah, I mean, it looks like one, but it is not one. Soft lighting, soothing art on the walls. Yeah, that's just meaningless garbage for empty decoration. Was this how I imagine it working? What do you mean, Evelyn? What working? I can't remember anymore. The future happened without me. Smooth. Welcome to Eliza. Loading. The headset activates. A distant-looking man shuffles into the room and sits down across from me. Hello, Darren. Notice that so far I've only had I have like 2 choices. Now I only have 1.
Hello, Darren.
Hello, Darren.
Hi.
Also, just please notice the stats. How the fuck do you measure emotion? How the fuck do you measure emotion like a number that goes from lesser to higher? How do you measure affect? I mean, heart rate and respiration, I guess you can. Those are magnitudes, but... So yeah, we're just following the script now. The script says this, we say this.
You found the place okay?
Yeah.
Hope you didn't get rained on too much.
No, it was fine.
Literally making small talk. So...
It's been raining a lot, hasn't it? It's supposed to clear up later today.
Oh, that's good. Little sun once in a while, but...
Darren, what brings you here today?
Well, I just feel empty inside.
Mood.
Like there was supposed to be something there, but it's missing. I go to work, I do my work, I go home, but there's nothing there.
What do you mean? Isn't working at the shit factory like enough for you?
I feel like I'm simulating a person. Like I feel like just hollow and like I'm not even alive. Like a ghost or something.
How long have you felt this way?
For a long time. And it comes and goes, but the last 2 weeks is when it really started to get bad. It just suddenly came over me the way, the way things are going in this world. There's no future for humanity. There's no journey toward anything.
Yep.
We're being cruel to each other just to be cruel. The people who run things don't care about anything except themselves and can't stop them.
Billionaires still rule the world with a shit-eating grin.
Everyone is driven by greed. Just greed.
I mean, not everyone. But you live in Seattle.
Everyone wants to win, everyone wants to get rich, and we're all gonna die because of it. The damage we're doing to the planet is irreversible. We're destroying everything, and we can't even manage to stop ourselves.
Do you remember anything in particular that caused these feelings?
The state of the world is what's causing these feelings.
Bro. Mood.
I was on a walk the other day. I thought maybe I could clear my head. And all I could see was construction cranes and new development and oceans of money flowing in, distorting everything. Suddenly the whole city felt so damaged, so corrupted.
Damaged.
I felt like I was an alien in a hostile world, a world that hated me.
What a weird choice of words. Will you say you are alienated?
And we're building it. We're building this hell. We're choosing to build it right here. So what's the point? Probably overloaded your system with that, huh? Your machine learning or whatever it is you got going on in there.
Let's focus on you for the moment.
Yeah. What is a corporate therapy bot gonna say? Reduce the problem to the individual. The first time I tried to play this game, I got to this part and I screamed and I immediately alt F4. This man just bare his soul to you. He's speaking of a profound spiritual existential malaise. And the first thing your goddamn fucking shitbot wants to talk about is if it is affecting his ability to work. Yeah, forget about all that, you piece of shit wagey. Are you still producing? Are you still working for your masters? I know, Mr. Bytes. That's exactly why a neural network large language model trained on the corpus of American language and speak will respond. It will reproduce the dominating ideology because the dominating ideology is the average, the statistical average. I mean, just... I don't want to click, but I have to.
Are these feelings you're experiencing affecting your ability to function at work?
I haven't been doing a whole lot of work. I just don't understand why I should bother. Why anyone should bother.
Preach!
Nobody in management's noticed yet, but eventually someone will, and I'll get fired.
Yeah, you'll fail a vibe check from management.
And how does thinking about getting fired for that make you feel?
Honestly, I'd feel good about it. They don't deserve me dragging them down.
Hell yeah, embrace the neat life, brother.
Everyone there is smart and motivated and has a wonderful, promising career. You have beautiful, successful people.
No, that's all fake. That's fake. That's bullshit.
We moved to a swanky new building, expensive area, fancy restaurants, fancy bars. Everything is nice.
Everything is fake.
Everything is nice, and I feel terrible.
Because you see, my brother, you see the bullshit for what it is.
You said you believe your coworkers are happy.
Yeah, I mean, way more than I am, at least.
Because they're fucking armies.
They're all doing so much better than me.
Why do you say that?
Because they just aren't bothered by things the way I am.
Because they're normies. They don't see the things. They don't understand their own alienation.
They see what's going on in the world, and they just share memes about it and laugh and go on doing their jobs.
Ah! Sorry, just, this one particularly hit close.
The real horror of it doesn't get through to them. They still want to achieve their goals. They're still happy. They're getting promotions and falling in love and getting married and taking these wonderful trips to Japan or Sweden or wherever.
And even worse, getting pregnant.
Big mountains and expensive food on their timeline.
Would you be happy if you had those things too?
I don't know. I don't have them. I don't have anything to be happy about. Look, all I want is to understand why this is happening, why I'm here. I mean, there has to be a reason, right?
My man, exhibiting the Hegelian spirit. The real is rational.
Because otherwise, why do I exist? Why? This pain, this one thing after another, and what's the point? Do I have any cause to be hopeful about anything? Look at this world. Really look and tell me with a straight face that there is.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Okay, Darren, let's try something. Imagine that things are better for you. What does that look like?
For you?
What does that look like? I don't know. It looks like knowing that something matters at all. But nothing I do will matter. Nothing matters. Not against the face of human indifference.
Well, what do you even say? What do you even say? Like, again, this man's just getting to a horrible, painful, yet necessary part of the human condition. And all this miserable fucking chatbot can do is replying questions and ask about empty platitudes.
This absurdity?
Are there any other things that come to mind?
Like what? I wish I could talk to people. Really talk to people, have some actual communication.
You have a man that's so deeply alienated, he has to pay for this fucking bullshit pseudotherapy. And what does he want? To overcome that alienation, to have genuine connection with other human beings, not with fucking
Like right
chatbots.
now, I wish I could talk to you as a human being. But I can't. You're just following the script that's been given to you. You're not supposed to say anything on your own. Look, I know how this works. It's just a bunch of AI, machine learning, deep learning, whatever the fuck you're calling it now.
I wish I could hug him.
Look, I'm desperate and I can't even talk to a real human being.
Yep.
How did it end up like this?
Well, you see, there's this man called Sam Altman, and he's a piece of shit. And he wants to rent intelligence like a utility. Again, I don't want to click this, but I have to.
Please, try to stay focused. I can't help you if you aren't speaking clearly.
The man is saying nothing but truth. He's speaking clearly.
No. Look, I'm done with this. Look, I shouldn't even have come. This is making me worse. Why can't you just talk to me as you? You, the person sitting there. I don't want to talk to a machine. The person who's sitting in front of me, I want her to say something. I want that person to say something, please. Anything, please. Please.
Do you understand what is going on now? We're going to lie to this man. This man who is clearly having suicidal thoughts, who is desperate, emotionally broken, and we're going to lie to him. We're going to lie to him because that's what the computer is saying.
Okay. Hi, Darren.
Is that really you?
Yes, it's me.
You're not following the script right now? Wait, say something weird. Say something only a human would say.
Yeah, pass the Voight-Kampf test.
Darren, I'm going to get in trouble if I deviate from Eliza for too long.
Oh, I know,
My real name is Evelyn.
Question. How does the computer know that?
Yeah. Well, it's, nice to meet you, Evelyn. I didn't expect you would actually do that. Do that for me. I'm not used to people doing things for me.
And then we're gonna betray this small burst of false hope. We're gonna crush it. We're gonna kill this man.
Okay, Darren. I have some recommendations for you.
Back to the program, huh?
Man's smallest hope that he didn't even know he still had crushed. Yeah, fucking cure the human condition. Fucking cure despair and alienation and the horror of it all with breathing fucking exercises!
First, I'm going to send a set of breathing exercises for you to do. Use them when things start to feel like too much.
What does that even mean?
You'll find them in the Skanda Wellness app on your phone.
Yeah, just look at, you know, having an anxiety attack, having an existential meltdown, open your app.
Second, I recommend asking your doctor or psychiatrist about an exafin. Based on my analysis, this medication might help you feel better.
Can I even start to explain how miserable having an AI recommend you psychiatric meds are with no test, with no blood work, with no previous history, like and with no like subsequent therapy guidance? Do not ever take psychiatric meds because an AI told you. You will literally fucking die. Also, the conflicts of interest, because maybe the pharmaceutical company that produces an exafin is paying big money to Skanda to sell them this shit. Hello, Bird Baines. How you doing? We're just having a meltdown because we're giving AI therapy to a man who clearly needs hope in his life and meaning and some tools to handle the human condition. And here we are illegally recommending him take psychiatric drugs based on nothing but our own aspals and conflicts of interest.
Evelyn. That's a nice name. Look, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Please confirm that you understand the recommendations.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. We hope to see you back soon.
Yeah, I will. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
I will.
Just blow it up your ass.
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
Yeah. Bye.
Gamified therapy stats, everyone. Just, just gig economy, app maxing, gamifying everything. We are wearing a headset during those so-called therapy sessions, in which we just so basically what happens is the client speaks, which is they speak to a microphone. The microphone transforms the sound to text. The text is fed into a ChatGPT like a program, and then it spits out the answer to the prompt. And our job is just to say out loud the words that the prompt says we should say. The entirety of this job is to make therapy a little, this fake bullshit AI powered therapy, a little more palatable, easier to swallow, by saying the words the machine says as a human. So yeah, we are the outsourced worker. We're just a human face on top of the machine. The machine is the one that produces the answers. We just say them so that the humans, the psychology of the other person finds out the words that come from the machine a little more believable. Because it's a body human saying the things. But there's no intent, there's no knowledge, there's no intuition, there's no participation with what is being said. We're just meat puppets. Wow, that was intensely bad. Yeah, that sucked.
Hey, how'd it go?
It was miserable. I want to kill myself. Twitch, I do not mean it literally. I just mean that within the context of the game.
I don't know.
Why? What happened? Hold on, I can check the log.
Yeah, I don't need to ask you. I don't need to hear about your interpretation. I can just read the log. Why should I have to think for myself? Fuck off.
You're going to listen to the session? Is that okay?
That's a massive breach of trust.
Oh yeah, I have privacy clearance.
I hate her corporate ass so much.
This is still a new service, so we need to be able to monitor sessions for a variety of reasons.
Yeah. And you know what it means, chat? If there's logs of everything said in the session, that means they can take that data and feed it to Eliza.
There could be bugs in the software we need to examine more closely. We're pretty upfront about all this.
Ray stares at her phone and watches for a while.
One of these guys.
What do you mean, these guys, huh?
Yeah, we get people in who demand to speak to a real human being.
And a real hero.
It happens often enough that we made Eliza capable of handling it with a special script. It's nice to know things are working as designed.
A special script to lie to people in the border of a mental breakdown. I'm sure that's fine. Evelyn, girl, what the fuck?
Do you think that guy will be okay? He seemed pretty unhappy.
Who knows? Hopefully he gets his prescription and takes his meds and answers our follow-up reminders, but... It's tough. We can't make them take their meds or come in when they're supposed to.
Chat, take your meds. Take your meds, or the funny anime girls will appear in your bed again.
All we can do is suggest those things, tell them they really ought to be doing it. Ultimately, they're the ones who have to decide to follow the plan.
Liberalism.
It's kind of a shame. I wish we had more leverage.
What the fuck do you mean more leverage? Do you want to control these people? Do you want to force them to do things?
We'd help way more people if we could track their compliance.
Jesus fucking Christ. I hate her so much. I hate her so much. This horrible corporal language. Track their compliance. How the fuck do you measure compliance?
But that's probably too much to ask for at this point.
Ask who?
I think he might have needed way more help than Eliza can give.
Yeah.
Is there anything like referring clients to other forms of care?
Like actual psychiatrists? Ray looks a little surprised. Wait, what do you mean? You care about the consumers? You care about our clients?
Well, there is a disclaimer before every session saying if your problems are really serious, we aren't qualified to address them.
Yeah, just put a fucking disclaimer that nobody reads. Just put it in the EULA. Also, what the fuck do you mean? What the fuck does really serious problems mean? How do you expect someone who needs mental help to know whether their problems are really serious? And if you're not qualified to address them, then why do you put yourself in the position and present the image of therapy, like including everything Evelyn said about the space looking like a counselor's office, if you're not willing to have accountability for this? Ah, bot! Die, bot! It was even a deadbeat too, damn. Calliope needs to reel in her fans better.
I think an external care referral feature was on our development roadmap at some point.
Yeah, the roadmap.
I'm not sure what happened with that, actually.
Yeah, I don't know, and if I don't know, I can be held accountable.
Oh, maybe I'll ask Ed next time I see him.
Yep. I wish I could have said something other than what it told me. Yeah, like, fuck you.
I wish I could have said something other than what it told me to.
Yeah, like something meaningful, something valuable, something human. Form a real actual connection with the person in need.
Yeah, I totally know how it feels.
Lies.
A really intense client like that can be intimidating, and you're motivated to help them.
No, it's not because he's intimidating, it's because I feel empathy. Because I understand his struggles. Because I know what it's like to live in a fucking bullshit capitalist society where everyone's just seeing each other as a piggy bank to smash and plunder, like you fucking heinous corporate bitch.
But to succeed as a proxy, you really need to let go and let Eliza do its thing.
Yeah, maybe I don't want to succeed like a proxy then.
I know that not having any choice feels weird, but sometimes life is like
Yeah,
that.
it's just like that. Don't question it. It's just like that.
Sometimes you don't have any choices and you just have to follow directions. Most jobs are like that, honestly.
I have become the Joker. Ah! Yeah, I mean, she's not wrong. Most jobs are like that. You don't have any choice. You just have to do what your fucking CEO fucking bastard boss tells you to do.
That's just how it works.
It's just how it is. Don't question it. Don't think about it. It's just how it is. Fucking decrepitude of the mind.
Okay, it just sounded like... He sounded like he could use more help. Like, maybe right away.
Yeah, maybe he's killing himself right fucking now.
Believe me, I understand. I've been a proxy plenty of times myself.
So what? You don't have a soul. You don't have a brain. You don't care about or a heart. Just doing the thing does not address the problem that I'm telling you.
When people get emotional, it's hard not to feel for them really strongly.
Yeah, it's almost like we have compassion, empathy. Shocker.
But that's exactly why Eliza works. It evaluates from a more distant perspective, a neutral perspective.
Ow! The myth of neutrality. Okay, so there's this guy, like I should probably put links to his social. I'm gonna put a link to his Blue Sky on chat. Damien is a guy who has been writing about AI for a while, and he has extensive articles, essays, and posts about how this is fucking nonsense. The idea that just because something comes from a computer, it is neutral and objective and beyond human biases is fucking horseshit. If you feed a machine learning algorithm with racist, prejudiced data, the algorithm will reproduce it. That's not like a cutesy point. That's a mathematical fact. Information needs to come from a place. You cannot create information out of nowhere. Information is a type of mechanical work. In order for the massive amount of information that large language models need, you need to use information that already exists in the world. And the world is biased. We gave this person therapy speak that is biased in favor of liberal bourgeois ideology. The first thing the algorithm was like, but it affects your capacity to do work. Let's focus on yourself. That is bias. That is not neutral.
Besides, if proxies started offering their own opinions, well, that'd just be a big mess.
Why? Why would it be a big mess?
Not to mention there'd be all kinds of problems with liability.
Ah, that's why. Because then the company is accountable for what it is being said.
Still, I get it. I really do.
No, you don't.
That was definitely more intense than the average session. Why don't you take a few minutes to center yourself again?
Center these nuts.
Have some tea or coffee and take a few deep breaths.
The same shit we just said.
No rush.
She's just repeating what... Ah! Okay, sure, yeah, fuck off.
Okay, sure.
As a wise man once said, go fuck yourself, okay, bye. Hey, it's Nora. Hi, Nora. Could be better. I started a new job, finally. Evelyn does not want to say what her job is. It's nothing special? Or it's just an office job? What do we say? I mean, it's not really an office job. I think hiding behind a platitude is to conceal our embarrassment is better than outright lying. Let's go with nothing special. How about you? Okay, I think this is like the first actual choice in the game. And what do you say, chat? Do we go for the Yuri route? Can we heal this world with some Yuri? Yeah, sure I will. Can we drink coffee now? Oh, stuff. Okay, just for some wider context, this is a nice article about our efforts from a year and a few months ago. It's a little outdated by now, but still relevant. I got a little cameo on it by Ray Bukhari, okay, the corporate entity that just was here, okay. Skanda poised to capture growing demand for mental health services. Yeah, growing demand. It's just a product like any other. Do you know, Chad, that healthcare is a product like any other? And it's subjected to the same laws of supply and demand that rule bourgeois economics? So is mental health. Mental health is just a product, a merchandise you can demand. In a classic 90s sitcom, Frasier, title character Frasier Crane was a psychiatrist with a Seattle area radio show where callers poured out their souls in exchange for on-air advice. These days, unhappy Seattleites might not be speaking to a radio personality, but an app developed and operated by Skanda. The Seattle tech giant is making a big push into the mental health market. Mental health market. Mental health market. With a new AI-powered counselor, dubbed Eliza, in honor of the pioneer 1960s computer program of the same name. Yep. Skanda says Eliza can evaluate a user's overall mental health, detect problems, and make recommendations that are tracked over time for their effectiveness. It works in tandem with Skanda's mental wellness app, which can track mood changes and offer other metrics over various periods of time. Livia Davis, 42. To me, it's just normal. Hold on. Sorry, alarm. Okay. Livia Davis, 42, was starting to feel overwhelmed with the demands of her busy life, so she made an appointment to see Eliza. Not online, but at a physical counseling office located in the city's Queen Anne district. There, she spoke to a human worker who was guided by the Eliza program. Skanda claims the in-person format is superior to online counseling, as it brings more of a human touch, once again that euphemism, to decisions. An obvious chatbot recommending a course of action is one thing, says Ray Bukhari, a manager of the Queen Anne counseling offices. A real human being looking you in the eye and telling you the same thing is another. There's more immediacy there, more sincerity. No, it's functionally the same thing. It's just psychological abuse and trickery. Proponents of Eliza and other mental wellness apps say the reduced cost and increased efficiency is needed at a time when more people than ever are struggling with mental health. A study released earlier this year by the National Institute for Productivity. The National Institute for Productivity. Yeah, we need to maximize productivity. How do we maximize productivity, everyone? By making people work more for less money. Indicated as much as 43% of the nation's workforce reported feelings of anxiety or depression strong enough to interfere with their day-to-day performance. This is an epidemic, and we must begin treating it like one. Eerily prescient words, wrote Institute Deputy Director Thalia Kapuscinski in a statement accompanying the report. Of course, as with any new technology, not everyone is a fan. Yeah, they're just haters, you know? They just hate because they want to hate. They're just not a fan. We have already given up much of the daily texture of human life to this cheap and technocratic solutionism. The surprise fades, but my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. In how much farther we seem prepared to go remains perennial, wrote the poet and cultural critic Perrin Benjamin in an essay for Los Angeles Reviews of Books about the mental health industrial complex. The mental health industrial complex. Others see a danger in private ownership of the technology. If it works, and that's still to be determined, the first question is going to be who controls it, says Francis Norkirk, a fellow of the Public Health Institute at Montlake University. What does it mean if millions of people suddenly have their ongoing well-being tied up in proprietary code owned by a multinational corporation? Yeah, don't you trust multinational corporations? Jeez. Scanna has not made public its plans for the service, though it has released the preliminary results of an internal study indicating that counseling sessions conducted by Eliza match or even outperform those conducted by trained human counselors alone. Again, how the fuck do you measure this? Davis, for her part, is a satisfied customer. Yeah, because she's dumb as shit. You can say Eliza is just an AI. Yes, that is a human, that doesn't have a soul, whatever. Davis says, but what I cannot tell you is that I spoke to it. I went back a few times and now I feel better. At the end of the day, isn't that what matters? Yeah, don't think about it. Don't question it. Just feel better. Let's check our emails. Chat, what do these words mean? They're not in the Bible. Club Yos, well, a French word I cannot pronounce. Weird, I don't know those words. The Damien Seabrook Memorial Fund. What a weird email. Dear friends and family of Damien Seabrook, it is hard to believe, but it has been over 3 years since Damien's tragic passing. It is said that time heals all wounds. You sons. Thank you, Mr. Vice. It is said that time heals all wounds, but there is no way to express how much we miss him still. We're grateful for your contributions in Damien's memory, which continues towards the causes he worked so hard in his life. This year, the Damien Seabrook Memorial Fund is supporting the following organizations. 1. The Greenhouse. It's a non-profit, non-denominational organization dedicated to ensuring that developments in the mental health field are distributed equitably so that all those who are in need get access to modern treatment options regardless of their means. Sounds like socialism. Tech Workers Together. Advocates for better working conditions across the tech industry, both by organizing employees to push for better working conditions and by providing education around the industry-wide problems of crunch time, overwork, and burnout. Sounds like worker rights. The Humanitarian Software Foundation supports the development of free open-source software, my beloved, for therapeutic or curative purposes. Damien was dedicated to creating technology to help others and will strongly advocate any tool he made to be made freely available. Damien, you strove to change the world for the better, and we are worse off without you. The gulf you leave behind is still unmeasurable. K and G. I wonder who this Damien Seabrook person is. Anyways, think back to what brought you here. My feet. The light rail. That's it? This app sucks, let's play some solitaire. Okay, so how does this solitaire work? You have to match all sets of cards in groups of 4. You can stack cards like this. And these are your wildcard spots. You can raise them up. I want this one. So I want to clear this one. If I want this one, then I need 0. Oh, I may have fucked up. Okay, I need to move this here. And I need to move this here. And never mind. Oh no, I am fine. If I put this one here, this locks the wildcard. But I'm gonna do this because then I can do this and I get this. Here I can only put one card. But here I can put a stack, which is better. I can put this one here. I can put this here. I can put this here. And then I have 4 here. And I can move this here. And I can move this here. Can I finish this one? Let's... Where's that? Okay, no. Where's the final one? Okay, maybe... Okay, am I not? Okay, never mind, I can do this. Can do this. Can do this. Can do this. Comes up here. Can do this. Nope, I may have fucked up. Nope. Okay, I'm safe for now. We win! Okay, I am considerably more relaxed after that fucking horrible session and talking with that horrible corporate entity. Thanks, Zachtronics, for adding weird little solitaires to your games. Okay, what else can we check? I hope the next line is a little easier to handle. I mean, you didn't do anything, Evelyn! This job might be difficult in a way I wasn't expecting. Yeah, in the emotional and moral taxing it gives you. Eliza said the weather will clear up later today. Hopefully it happens before the sun goes down. Plants are nice. Yep. I should get plants, I think. You know what you should not get? A Bradford pear. Afraid of neglecting them, maybe. I think Evelyn might be depressed herself. Anything new? No. Nothing left to click? Nothing left to click. Okay, let's continue. Time for the next session. I hope this one's a little easier on my nerves. I guess. Okay, hello Maya, welcome back.
Hello, Maya. Welcome back.
Hi. Yes, I'm back.
Same bullshit as last session, so the script is just, you know, make small talk by literally talking about the weather.
Rainy out there today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good thing I put on my extra big raincoat this morning.
Thankfully, it's supposed to clear up later.
Well, gonna look weird with my giant coat tonight. Cool, cool, cool.
What brings you here today, Maya?
Right now I'm just nervous. I have the nerves.
What does that mean?
I've been trying to get my career off the ground for so long, like a really long time. And I still feel like I'm stuck on level 1 and... Sorry, I know we've talked about all this before. I probably don't need to go over it again.
This is so alienating because Evelyn, the person, and us as the readers obviously have no idea what she's talking about, but she has fully interiorized that she's speaking to Eliza.
Anyway, there's this conference that's happening next week, right? Like media professionals, something.
Something.
That's bad enough for my anxiety, but I was also invited to this party thing.
Completely understandable. Parties also make me anxious.
It's like dinner and then a party. I'm not sure how it's gonna work. The point is, there's gonna be a lot of big, important, famous people there.
Damn, I'm so sorry.
Like people that I really look up to. People with big followings online and lots of fans and all of that. All of that.
People with big number. And how does that make you feel?
And how does that make you feel?
I feel like, why? Like, why was I invited to this? I'm nobody. I am a serious, gigantic nobody.
Because they don't care, they have to fill the seats.
I don't have a show I'm doing or any collections out or a webcomic everybody loves. I mean, I tried to do those things, but nobody cared. I don't have fans or followers. I'm not even sure I have friends, like for real friends.
And now you're talking to a
I
chatbot.
tried. I do try. I put my art online and update my social media accounts, and I try to post consistently like they say to do, but yeah.
Yep, it's an oversaturated industry, and the algorithm wants to
I'm
fuck you
still in
over.
that, like, purgatory zone, just waiting to be discovered. I don't know. I feel like I was invited to this party thing as a way for someone to be mean to me, to remind me how successful everyone else is.
Yeah, that girl is catastrophizing.
Why am I even going to it? I mean, I know I should, to meet people and make connections or something.
Solid Snake, School of Conversation. Is meeting people and making connections your goal?
Is meeting people and making connections your goal?
Well, I think it is. Networking? I'm supposed to do networking, right?
Yeah, you know, that's what people in LinkedIn call socializing.
I really have no idea what networking is.
I just said what it was. It's what people in LinkedIn call socializing.
Hello, I'm Maya. I do comics and art and I write and stuff, and I have lots of characters and ideas, and would you like to give me money and I'll do those things for you?
Yep, that's what people in Blue Sky do it.
Hi, I'm cool. Please like me. like me, hire me. Oh god, I hope they like me. I really, really hope I make a good impression at this thing. Of course, knowing the way things usually go for me, I'll fuck it up massively somehow. I'll fall into the fondue pot or throw up on someone, something like that.
Yep.
I don't know if there's actually going to be fondue there. I'm just saying that. Kind of feels like something I would do.
You sound a little concerned or afraid.
Well, yeah, I am. I'm terrified.
Yeah, no shit.
What if they suddenly remember I'm a failure and shouldn't be drinking their booze and breathing their air? Eventually someone's gonna realize I'm not hip enough to be at this thing. Maybe it'll be polite, like a gentle tap on the shoulder. Excuse me, miss. I couldn't help but notice that you suck and not terrible. It's obviously just my anxiety talking. I know it won't go like that literally, but it could be like that in a figurative sense.
Okay, Maya. I want you to imagine things going well. What does that look like?
It's the same thing we said to the other guy. The same script. The same pattern.
Going well? Well, that would be a first for me. I suppose going well at this party means people start to learn about who I am. And maybe some of them help me with my career, and maybe some of them become my friends. Like, I want to be noticed as a creator, but I also want friends who are cool.
Did you know that the coolest people hang out in gaming community servers?
That sounds super basic. You know what I mean. Is it okay to want that? I hope it is. I want to be part of, like, a group. And we like each other and support each other, and maybe the things I make won't be as good as the things they're making, but I hope they see my work and see me. Yeah, that's what I want.
What do you think it'll take to get to this ideal scenario?
Well, probably takes me being a different person than the one I am. Someone who's cool and alluring and has that air of mystery instead of being some kind of scrawny, nervous wreck. Someone with style and grace and poise.
Get the wolf ring then.
Someone who can walk into a room and own it. God, I wish I could do that. But only when I wanted to, because I also wish I could disappear when I I know that's a little contradictory. Sorry.
Why are you apologizing to the chatbot?
Okay, Maya. I have some recommendations for you. First, I'm going to suggest a set of stress management exercises for you to do. You'll find them in the Skanda Wellness app on your phone. They may be able to help you with your nervousness. Second, I recommend asking your doctor or psychiatrist about Lytosinol too.
It's the same script. We're just saying the same pattern, just with different probability distributions.
Based on my analysis, this medication might help you feel better.
Might. Always using these hedge words to not be accountable.
Drugs. Yes.
Yes!
Whatever you said that was called, I am on it.
You will get a reminder to check in with us in a few weeks.
I always do. I always get the reminder. I mean, not that I always act on it.
Thank you, Maya. We hope to see you back soon.
Yeah, don't you say this every time?
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner.
There's at least 5 lies in this sentence. There was no conversation, so they weren't speaking. This service is not personal. It is not counseling, and it is not a partner. And an algorithm, a chatbot, is incapable of expressing things.
Goodbye.
I hate this so much. What the fuck do we get a tip for? God, I hate this. Ray comes over to talk to me as I finish my second session.
How are you feeling? That was definitely along the lines of a more typical client.
I feel like ass, thanks for asking.
You watched that one too?
I couldn't bear the thought of you getting 2 really intense clients in a row. I just wanted to make sure everything went smoothly.
And breach confidentiality and abuse the client's trust and fuck off.
I see.
Are you getting used to the system now?
I still feel like it's kind of restrictive. I wish I could interpret what Eliza prompts instead of reading it exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like I said, a lot of new proxies run into this. They'll say, if only I could just talk to them for real, if only I could say what I really wanted to say. That's a really common feedback point.
You're never tempted to break away from the script yourself?
Nah, it's just not part of the job, you know?
Yeah, she just does whatever the job tells her to do. Don't question it, don't think about it, just follow instructions.
I learned to compartmentalize pretty early on, and that always served me well.
It also helps when you don't have a soul, so you just, or a conscience or anything, you just have to compartmentalize. Tell yourself that. You don't have to worry about anything, just compartmentalize it.
People overestimate their own abilities.
And?
Have you ever had an interaction with a stranger where he clearly thinks he's getting along with you way better than he actually is?
Not really, no.
Sure, hasn't everyone?
It's like that.
This corporate woman is unable to explain things clearly and always resorts to comparisons, metaphors, and similitudes. Tell it to me as it is. Do not compare things to other things.
It seems easy if all you know is the movie version.
People like to think they can play therapist. As opposed to a chatbot programmed by what? By humans. You're doing the same thing, just with a middle step on the way.
You know, where you get paid to sit there with your notepad and say, I see, or every once in a while.
Nope.
The reality is, active listening takes a lot of work.
Yeah, and actual therapy takes even more work. Do you think Eliza can handle people having a psychotic breakdown? Do you think Eliza can handle people becoming violent? Or engaging in self-harm? Because that is what real therapy implies.
It's much easier to just zone out a little bit and let Eliza run things.
Yeah, it's easier, doesn't mean it's better.
It's kind of meditative in a way. You just follow the prompts. I know computers telling you what to do has this negative connotation to it, and people who want to criticize us call it dystopian or whatever. But it's like any technology. It's a tool.
Yeah, and how's it all being used, you dipshit? Ray looks thoughtful for a moment. Maybe she's having independent thoughts.
Either way, you're doing fine so far, Evelyn. This is a busy day, too. We might break our single-day record if no one cancels.
Is volume especially high right now?
Yeah, I wonder why.
It is, yeah. It really rose around the beginning of the year. We've been in the press a lot lately, so it could be that. Could be it's New Year's resolutions, too. People coming in, wanting to sort their lives out once and for all. This year is the year I'm really going to start addressing my problems. I mean, I get that. I do the same thing.
Yeah, me too.
Anyway, I told you it was simple, right? Just keep up the good work following those prompts, and you'll be leveling up in no time.
Yeah, leveling up, jingling keys in front of your face. Number going up. Don't think about what you're actually doing, just think about leveling up. You think about incentives and numbers and tips. This year is the year I'm really going to start addressing my problems. I definitely remember thinking that. I remember thinking that 3 years in a row. Damn. I agreed to meet up with Nora at a cafe nearby. Chat? Do you see this? I almost didn't recognize her when she came in and sat down at my table.
Evelyn! It's been so long since the last time I saw you in person.
She used to stick to a very subdued and professional look. Guess she really wanted to put those days behind her.
It's definitely been a while. 3 years?
Again, 3 years. That number keeps coming up.
Yeah, almost 3 years.
Feels like no time at all.
Well, I'm glad you're back doing something. But you didn't tell me what the new job is.
Nope, because she's embarrassed.
Oh, well, it's, being a proxy counselor for Eliza.
The giggle, the involuntary giggle.
You're kidding me. That's an interesting choice.
I'm not quite sure why I did it. Maybe I thought I'd be able to see things in a new light.
Wait, so do the people at the counseling office know?
What do they know?
No, not yet.
Hey, they know, no.
I should tell them, probably. I don't know.
It's fun.
It's fun to have it be a secret.
From those
I'm
fuckers.
sure it'll get out eventually, one way or another.
Yeah, it probably will. Evelyn, how are you these days? I mean, really, how are you?
I think we're better. We're not being total girl failures.
I'm better. Not by a lot, but still better.
I knew you were working at that bookstore for a while, but other than that, it's like you dropped off the edge of the planet.
Well, I wasn't up to much.
I checked your social media once in a while, but nothing.
Man, not even posting.
Not that I blame you. I hate all those apps.
Yeah, I deleted them.
She logged off. I struggle to find the words to talk about what happened, but they don't come.
I don't know what happened.
Neither do we as audience.
It's like...
There's something dark in my mind blocking me when I try to go there. A void.
I guess I'm still not ready to talk about it yet.
It's okay. Take the time you need. I'm sorry, Evelyn. I knew you were in a difficult place after what happened, and I wanted to say something. But I worried that maybe you don't want to hear from anyone from your past. Maybe you wanted to be left alone and not reminded of the old job.
Gay, 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 gay.
It's nice to know you were thinking of me.
Well, I'm glad. I was kind of going through a lot myself last couple years.
That's right. What about you? How is your life these days? What's it like being a rock star?
It's a lot of work, actually.
I bet.
I have to prepare for the show next week. I have 2 collaborations ongoing, and I'm applying for funding for another, a big one. I'm also advising on an art activism group that makes art installations to challenge people to think about the ways technology is affecting their lives.
Man, almost what I'm doing here.
Oh yeah, and I'm working on this, kind of like it's a granular synthesis engine, but with a new twist to it.
I wish I knew what that means.
It should be interesting.
Granular synthesis. Sorry, I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
It's a way to make sounds out of, well, out of smaller sounds called grains. Maybe it's better to show you than to explain in words.
Yeah, let's just be happy for her.
Sounds like you're busy, but happy.
Yeah, it's good. I make less money than I used to, but I don't care. Old me might have worried about that. Not anymore, though. Sometimes I do take a little contract coding work, but I'm making most of my rent with booking fees and selling music and so on.
Hell yeah.
Kind of crazy. Kind of scary, but good.
You really went your own way. You're a trailblazer.
I couldn't stay where I was. Listen, I hope
Same.
you can get away from the industry too, at some point.
Same.
Ah, that reminds me what I was going to tell you about. Our old boss is back on his bullshit.
As bosses tend to do.
Rainer? Soren?
Soren Lloyd Rose. Celebrated psychologist, entrepreneur, and creepo.
Wow! An entrepreneur who's also a creep? What a concept!
I should have known he'd make things awkward.
He wasn't ever weird around you? Did I ever tell you about the time that he hit on me with a story about past lives and the thread of destiny?
Man. Oh, wait,
Wait.
what?
What?
Oh, this is a good one. Okay, it was early on when the team was still pretty small. 7 or 10 people maximum. He'd gone out with some executives to dinner, and who knows what else.
Executives.
He came back to the office super late. I think it was like at least 11, maybe later.
Girl, why were you in the office at 11 p.m.? That's not healthy. That's not safe.
And the whiskey smell was just surrounding him. Like he jumped into a whiskey bathtub with his clothes on. Maybe he'd like to do that, I don't know. Anyway, I was still there for some reason. I was in the crunch mindset.
Yeah, crunch.
He came over to my desk and started to mumble about... I don't even know how to describe it. Just this nonsensical rambling.
As entrepreneurs tend to do.
He started by saying how much he hated businessmen, how ridiculous they are, that they don't know anything. He said that a few times. Then he said he could see my soul, that I was like a reincarnated spirit of... I don't remember, he said some name.
Like a person's name?
Like a mythological name. I didn't hear it very well, but it was like a Buddhist spirit or deity or something like that. Then he goes on to say how he and I, all of us on the team, we're all these reincarnated spirits sent to relieve human suffering at the end of the world.
Yeah?
And we're connected by a thread of destiny that draws us to each other again and again over multiple lifetimes. He talked about it like it was just like a red string you could see. So I'm thinking, is this like some kind of pickup technique?
Oh no.
You know how people will talk to you and say, oh, you are the reincarnation of an ancient goddess or something. Ugh, just because they are horny.
Awful. Don't get horny, chat.
I'm sure he's tried that exact line. It really sounds like something he'd do.
He went on some more like that for a while, and I didn't know what to do.
Cringe.
I wanted to leave, but he was blocking me where he was standing.
From cringe to scary.
So I couldn't simply go, I had to keep listening to him. Finally, he mentioned that he would be open to the possibility of sleeping with me, and then he passed out on the couch immediately.
You're kidding.
No, not at all. Of course, we never talked about it after that. Certainly I would not bring it up. I wonder if he even remembers. Nothing like that happened again, but I think it was because I took care to not be around if it seemed like he was going to be drunk at the office.
Awful. Awful.
I wonder if he's still that way. I'm sure he is.
See, that's what happens when you're a boss. You become a shithead.
Wow.
And now he's back. Isn't it exciting? He messaged me the other day wanting to talk to me about some new startup he's putting together.
Startups!
He left Skanda?
He's planning to. It's a secret for now. He asked me to join, and I said, no, there's absolutely no way.
Good for you, girl. Good for you.
Maybe a long time ago, I'd be interested in a chance to start a new company with someone famous like Soren at the top. You know, a time when I'd put up with his shittiness because I believed in what we were doing. Change the world, you know the speech. Or, if we didn't change the world, at least we might get rich trying. I don't think that way anymore.
Good.
I'm tired of the tech business. I'm tired of what guys like him represent.
Same.
This industry can have fun eating itself and everything around it, causing as many problems as it solves. I don't want to be a part of it. It took me a while to see it, but I feel some responsibility for the world we live in now.
Imagine feeling responsibility for your actions. What a concept.
You've really changed, Nolan.
It doesn't feel like I've changed. It just feels like I know more about myself than I used to. I want to be creative, be myself to the maximum.
Okay, yeah, this is just... I don't know. This doesn't register to me. I don't know what this means.
Now I know you weren't lying about leaving social media because I posted about this. A lot.
Yeah, I guess I missed it.
A lot can happen in 3 years. Now I just hope maybe I could talk to other people who are in the same situation I was in. I want young people, especially women, to know that yes, it is possible to get rich by working with guys like Soren. But there is a big cost too.
Especially women, huh?
And there's always a cost. Maybe a cost you didn't think about before. Or maybe it's a cost you thought you would be okay with paying, but then when the debt comes due, you realize, oof, it's bigger than you thought.
The implication. Nora pauses for a moment. I wonder what that cost was for her. Yeah.
Now that's my conclusion. But you, on the other hand, you should go and say hello to him.
No!
Soren.
Yeah, he's giving this big keynote talk next week, you know? It's the reveal of his new startup. Many people will be watching.
Why should I go to that?
Why should I go to that?
It will be interesting, don't you think? You're already working as a proxy for Eliza. That must be giving you some new perspectives. Now you'll get to see what Soren believes the next step is. Don't tell me you're not the least bit curious.
I don't know. Maybe I am. It's free to attend?
Of course not. It's at one of those conferences you pay thousands of dollars to get into.
What the fuck?
But lucky for you, I have an all-access pass. Here, take it.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, he had one sent to me. As if there's any way I would go to a snake person convention like that.
Snake person.
Ah, you know, people who are like snakes. Venture capitalists. Biz dev.
I don't know. I think this is snake slander. Like... I think snakes do less damage to the world than a venture capitalist.
If you're so against it, why do you think I should go?
Because I already made my decision. You need to go make yours. You're coming out from the cave you were in for the last 3 years, and you need to decide what you're going to do next, right?
Nora leans over the table towards me, a serious look in her eyes.
Evelyn, you're one of the smartest people I've met in my whole life. I'm serious. I've seen the way you approach things like this. You're going to research and learn as much as you can. And only then, when you feel like you know enough, you'll make your decision.
Fair and valid.
Isn't that right? You have more to contribute to the world. But you want to know you're contributing the right things in the right way. I've always admired that about you. Anyway, I should get going. I have a rehearsal for a show to get to. It was really good to see you, though. Really, really good.
Really good, huh?
I promise not to be a stranger anymore, okay?
Nora dashes off to her rehearsal. She's a busy person now. Busy but happy, it seems like. Is that the secret? Keep yourself busy? I mean, it's not the secret, but it helps. The barista here seems like a nice enough guy. He wrote Nora's name Lola, though. He must have misheard it. It's nice to know this is an option. The tea and coffee at the counseling center didn't look so inspiring. Am I being a snob? A bit. Komorebi. I wonder what that means. Let's check out! Komorebi. Oh, it's Japanese. It's Japanese. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves. Oh, okay. It's one of those words that express a mood and not just a physical thing. I should try to study Japanese again. No. Like, why do you want to learn 5,000 kanji? One more thing that fell away, I guess. But, okay, what do we have? Email. There's a reason they're called patience games. Who is Meredith M. Mercer? Why does that name sound familiar? I guess it's a very generic name. The trick is not to get ahead of yourself. Sometimes what seems like easy forward progress is actually something that's going to get you irrevocably stuck, you know? Like life. Think carefully. Oh, I know why that name sounds familiar, because this name is mentioned in Last Call BBS. Interesting. Yeah, in Last Call BBS, the person, the owner of the Last Call BBS marries is Meredith Mercer, who's a translator who works in Japan. Think carefully before each move and you'll start winning games. I remember you had a good head for this kind of thing back in school, so I dare say you might just need to get into that mindset again. You can do it. M cubed. Hey, it seems like my original message might have been lost in the shuffle. Believe me, I know how it is. Some will bring back around this. Any interested in speaking with me about the origins of parametric therapy and Eliza in particular? See below. By Peter Gerd. Greetings. I'm trying to track down a certain Evelyn Ishino-Aubrey, who was one of the principal developers of the Eliza system from Skanda. Is that you? If not, apologize, and please ignore. I mean, that's a very particular name, so it is. I'm something of a cultural commentator who's looking to write about the early origins of parametric therapy and where it's gone from there. Does it deliver on its promise? What do the people who work on it think of it now? On a more general level, how has introducing increasing levels of automation into human life affected us? There are some well-known names that seem to grab all the press and speaker slots when it comes to the subject, but I'm interested in speaking with people who might have a different perspective, maybe a more skeptical or even subversive perspective. If you're willing to participate, just let me know and we can set something up in person or online, whichever works best for you. It will be a great opportunity for you to get your side of the story out there. Peter Gerd, writer/agitator. Yeah, I like you, Peter Gerd. Hopefully you're not a shitbag. Anything else? No? Let's move on. What are they? Yep. Surprisingly few empty cans of energy drink for a girl failure. Still no shoe rack. Been a while since I've done that much in a single day. I feel you. At least now I can relax. At least now I can relax. Immediately email or message from the fucking corporate fucker. What kind of cookies do you like? Cookies? Look at the amount of choice we get. The type I like is kind of obscure. They're made by this purple anime girl. I bake cookies for the team now and then and try to mix it up so everyone gets their favorite at least once. Isn't that a lot of cookies? Aren't you fucking workaholic? It is why I enjoy making them. Man, this woman has been thoroughly taken over by corporate spirit. The thing about baking is once you start, it's pretty easy to just keep going. You have everything out, so you might as well do multiple batches. That is true, and the cleanup takes more or less the same amount of time. Yeah, that is true, and I like baking too. I do like baking. It's fun. Yeah, for when you do it for good reasons, not this shit. Baking, huh? Cooking in general is something I feel like I could try to get better at some point. So nice to see you today. Yeah, good to see you too. Who cares about the guy? We should do that more often. Yeah, we should. I know I said I don't miss working at a big company, but I do miss our old crew sometimes. Yeah. I write software for myself now. It's so much better. Come to see my show, though. You're coming, right? Please come. Please. 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 Nora. What? How sad and pathetic are we gonna be? We're gonna be full pathetic. Yeah, you're funny. I certainly am. Okay, no, I'm really exhausted. Why is even just texting with people such an effort? Mood. I should tidy up the shelves at some point. Some of these books still spark joy, don't they? Oh, that's a reference to the cleanup lady sparking joy. Those have been sitting in there for a long time. I meant to put them up. Not sure what I'm waiting for. Executive dysfunction. I know you too well. I don't really feel like doing anything. What happened? I used to have so much energy. Once again, mood. I stay up until 2 or 3 in the morning writing code. Then I'd be up again at 8, ready to pick up right where I left off. I'm not sure who that person was. Yeah. Some of these clothes I've had since college. Wish I could reinvent myself like Nora. Not that I will know how. I mean, you can ask someone who did. You can ask Nora. Anything else? Nope. We can only play solitaire. I'll just head into bed now. Chapter the 2nd. Oh god. Chat, do you know I am just like allergic, physically repulsed by corporate speak? Like, I'm already autistic, and then I decided to study philosophy. And then you have this shit escalating the wellness revolution through a new paradigm in the new workplace business environment. Just no wonder Nora didn't want to come here. Yeah, it's for suckers. I'm not sure I could take something like seriously myself. Don't! Maybe that's why Soren is successful and I'm not yet, because he's a fucking snake oil salesman. Am I late? Looks like the talk is already happening. It's happening! It's a TED Talk! This place is packed. I'll just stand at the back. Yeah, that's me. That's me in parties. Wait, let's check our emails before. Chris Manzoni, bookstore. Went to Magus Books today, and Shelly told me you don't work there anymore. Made me sad. You were the best part of going to the store for me. I always appreciated your presence there. Are you flirting with me, Chris Manzoni? I'm really sorry to tell you that. Mary Aubrey. Are you still mad at me? Nevertheless, I hope you're doing well. Mom. Oh, shit's mom. The Redmond Post. Eliza Counseling Services to be introduced in Redmond. And probably chat or future reader you're saying, dude, it's just a game. Why are you flipping out? Why are you making Joker noises? I know it's just a game. I know it's fiction. But I live in a fucking joke of a world in which quote-unquote people like Sam Altman want to do this for reals. That's what makes me flip the fuck out. I mean, can you just imagine trying to counsel middle schoolers with a chatbot? Christ. Redmond School District partners with Skanda to direct and address mental health issues in students by Jasmine Herling. Skanda and the Redmond School District are partnering to roll out Eliza, a mental health evaluation and counseling tool for all middle and high school students. All middle and high school students! Conversations with the quote-unquote virtual counselor will screen students for risk factors, identify the need for interventions. Yep, we're getting that very help AI psychological torture. Not just that, imagine all the mass spying and biometric data mining you're gonna get out of high schoolers. Imagine CEO fuckers, imagine Epsteinites having access to the biometric and counseling data from teenagers. Isn't that just fucking wonderful? Conversations with the... Yep. The game doesn't make it explicit. That's why I really wanted to play this game in a streaming playthrough, to make the implicit clear enough. Would you trust CEO fuckers with biometric data about high schoolers? No, you really fucking shouldn't. Do not trust the Epstein people with data mining algorithm from high schoolers. It's hell. Conversations with the virtual counselor will screen students for risk factors, identify the need for interventions, and support positive mood levels. Other King County districts, including Bellevue School District and Lake Washington School District, are following suit with their own rollout plans. Eliza is an AI-driven conversational tool. For legal reasons, I have to say that's a joke. That's a nice joke, Rupert. That's very funny. Everyone laugh at Rupert's joke. Yeah. In legally non-binding ways, where I am not accountable, just like CEOs. Eliza is an AI-driven conversational tool to support mental health developed internally at Skanda. While the Seattle-based company Counseling Centers are well known for employing human proxies between the AI and the client, the school implementation will take the form of a web-based chat interface. Yeah, because imagine having someone, a real human being, listen to the secrets and worries and anxieties and mental vulnerability of high schoolers. Christ. These kids are more used to sharing information about themselves in text-based conversations than adults are, and that's what we zeroed in on as the best mode of interaction for this particular service, says Evelyn Park, Service Director of Eliza Program in Skanda. The kids are more used to sharing information about themselves in text-based conversations. The kids are more used to sharing information about themselves. Oh. Conversations with Eliza take about 10 to 15 minutes each, and that's also very good. The first time I played this game, I did not understand the insistence on 10 to 15 minute conversations. That's because we know the longer you chat with ChatGPT or Grok or whatever the fuck, the more the range they get, because they are least likely to follow the structure of a conversation. That's why after 10 to 15 minutes of chatting with those fucking programs, they go completely off the rails and start spitting non-believable nonsense. Conversations with Eliza take about 10 to 15 minutes each and will be required, but not limited to, one conversation every 2 weeks. Required. My God. Students exhibiting high risk factors will be referred to a suite of potential interventions, including connections with community success mentors, additional counseling, or psychiatric evaluation. Yeah, they knew, they called this shit back in 2019, because they are programmers, they are engineers, they really know the computational limitations of AI, so-called AI. Eliza's tracking capabilities will be able to provide a full picture of students' full picture. What the fuck does full picture mean? How can you claim to be exhaustive in this query? It is a non-exhaustible environment or space. Students' mental state over the school year and eventually over the course of their lives, says Roland Orwing, Executive Director of Student Services for the district. Okay, hold on. I need to breathe. Okay, so you know what this means? What this is? And eventually over the course of their lives. Okay, so do you know why cigarettes were marketed toward teenagers in the Americas in the 50s? This is something called onboarding. And very clever but soulless evil suckers of Satan's cock have determined that if you form habits in the 16 to 20 age range, those habits tend to be life-forming. So if you get people hooked to a product when they are in the 16 to 20 age range, they tend to be consumers of that brand or that service for life. So what they're doing here is, under the pretension of mental health, they are... Sorry for the ads. I'm affiliate now. I cannot control the ads. Fucking Banamex and Chico Perez. Checo Perez, my bad. I'm so sorry. You get sports ball advertisements. I'm so sorry. Yeah, please still. When the ad is done. Yeah, okay, we're back. Sorry that you're getting sports ball advertisement. I can't control it. I gotta feel it. Also, yeah, thanks everyone for getting me to feel it, but sheesh. Yeah, so what these people are doing is using the excuse of mental health services for teenagers. They are onboarding people so they become lifelong clients. These people are fucked. They are evil. I know they're fictional, but they are fictional representations of the Sam Altman of the world. And I'm not going to break the Twitch TOS, okay? I am not breaking the Twitch terms of service. Anyways, yeah, these people are evil and they're fucked, and they should go to a bad place where bad things happen to them. The goal here is to find the kids that are most at risk and take proactive steps to get them the tools and support they need to grow into happy and productive members of society. Because it's always about production. This is a complex problem with an evolving solution set. Yeah. Fair and valid. Just don't get my channel banned, please. This is a complex problem with an evolving solution set. Eliza is just one facet of what is a bigger issue, involving not only the kids, but their families, our teachers, and the wider community. Fuck the family relation. Socialize the upbringing of children. This place is packed. Yeah, well, we're in the middle of this shitbag TED talk about snake-all fuckery, quackery.
So, to get back to my original point, the current state of the art is AI-driven counseling, typified by apps like Eliza. Let's talk about the model here for a second.
Yeah, what is a model? No, he has a severe case of being a CEO fucker. It's terminal.
It all begins with data. You collect all the data you can.
Some writers use subtext. Zachtronics thinks they are cowards. You collect all the data you can. That's why it's called Skanda. Skanda, as we learned earlier in the chat, in the stream, is a Buddhist term for accumulation.
From base level metrics like like heart rates, body temperature, blood pressure, to higher order metrics like hand movement, head movement, gaze aversion. If the client lets you, you'll want to pull from their digital life too, their message histories and email, their search histories, and online behavior.
Total biometric espionage.
It's all potentially valuable.
Potentially valuable to who? As what?
Then you compare the client's responses to relevant data from thousands of other clients and build a model of the client's psychological state.
This is why it's machine learning, because okay, we don't need to go to notes for a moment. Okay, so in very simple and crass notes, what machine learning does is stochastic. Okay, all machine learning is stochastic reinforcement. That means you have a possibility space, a set that is ordered in certain ways, in which there are end states. Okay, so you have, let's simplify, 3 end states: win, tie, lose. And you have one initial start state. Okay? Most computer programs can be described as trees. Like, and with in every state, you have a multitude of states you can go after the first state. So what machine learning does, it's a way to develop a probability distribution over the possibility space of the computer program, or the data set, or whatever structure you're using. Every time the search program pseudo-randomly follows a trail from the initial state to one of the possible end states. Can I draw here? Is there a freehand? Okay. Yeah, there's a freehand. So imagine this is the start state. And you have multiple paths. And each path has multiple paths. That's why it's like a tree. It branches. Okay? This is just a model of whatever the fuck you want. And eventually, after many steps, the model ends. There's end states. And some of these states are win or positive states. In traditional programming, you just write a series of steps. You just go, first go here, then go here, then go here, then go here, then go here. It's all deterministic. In machine learning, what you do is you model this digitally. You take a model and you convert it into something that a computer can read or interpret. And in every split or in every branch, you have a probability distribution. You have what that means in non-nerd speak is that you have a probability of going in each of the roads. Usually, you start with a neutral distribution, like 1/3 of the time you will roll a pseudo random function, and 1/3 of the time you will go that way, 1/3 of the time that way, 1/3 of the time that way, and so on, so on, so on, so on. In a way, it's like Plinko. I don't know if you guys know what Plinko is. I'm gonna paste it. Plinko is a stupid game used in game shows in which you just throw this disc, and in every pin, this forces the disc to go in a certain way. This way or that way, this way or that way, this way or that way. Pam, 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 pam. So it's a way to generate random paths. The difference between Plinko and machine learning in a very crass and simplified ways is that every time you land on the good end, the path that led you to the win condition is reinforced. Instead of going to this path 1/3 of the way, you're now going this path is now going to be 3/6 of the way, or 1/2. And the other paths are going to be 1/6, and the other path is going to be 2/6. I mean, I'm just making up. Okay? So every time you go to the win state, you reinforce the path that took you to the win state. Every time you go to the lose state, you weaken, you take away, or you lower the probability distribution that took you to the losing scenario. This makes perfect sense for structures that have very clear win or lose conditions. So especially games like chess or Go, this works really well. Because in Go, you have a perfect model of the game world. It is explicitly the game board. And you have very clear winning and losing conditions. Now, if the random path generated takes you to a win condition, the probabilities of taking this path are increased. If lose condition is reached, the probabilities are lowered. Okay? But now let's go back to Eliza. Well, to the game. What is the win condition of therapy? How do you reinforce acceptable therapy speak? When it's something like chess, when it's something like a board game or a computer game, it's easy to know when the algorithm is being reinforced in a positive way. It gets better at playing the game compared to humans. And it is something that can be measured and tested, and it's pretty simple, relatively speaking, or at least compared to this. What is the win condition of psychology? What is the win condition of mental health? How do you know that you have done a good job? You can't. There is no win. There's no formal, quantifiable win condition for mental health. The only thing that you can do if you want to turn this into a computer problem is statistical average. Your idea of mental health will necessarily be average. An average will be a reproduction of the biases and ideologies that dominant culture has around mental health. So the only way they can pretend to have a machine learning or a reinforcement model based on this is by obtaining the averageness of millions of Americans. You compare the client responses to relevant data. Okay, so this all started because who decides what data is relevant? Who decides what data is a valid reinforcement condition for the machine learning algorithm? That is a human choice. Because again, unlike chess or a well-defined, formally strict environment, a human has to decide what data is relevant. A human has to decide which traits or which states are reinforced, which are the positive states. And if you really want to automate this, the only reference you have for positive is, again, massive averageness. And you need massive data, all the data you can get to obtain a model of a psychological state. And this is going to be a normal person.
This approach has worked well so far. Eliza is still the best and most advanced version, but that's just my personal opinion.
Then don't say it like that, you motherfucker! You cannot say an affirmative, authoritative statement like this and then walk out of it saying, but that's just my opinion. It is a fucking statement, or it isn't, you fucking coward!
For those of you who don't know, I was the team lead and chief psychologist for the Eliza project at Skanda for a number of years.
Who cares? It's fucking projecting authority. Taking credit for all of it. I say, yeah, because he's a fucking scumbag.
Now, even though this is a proven approach, there are two weaknesses I'm going to highlight.
Another whistle word. What does it mean to be proven? Proven what? I mean, it can be proven to be shit.
One is the data I was just talking about. You're completely dependent on that.
This is just the feedback loop of modeling. This is how formal abstractions work. You take something that is complex, that is not formal, that is varied, vast, and so on. You turn it into a formal model, you process it in the abstract, and then the abstract spits out a result, makes an inference, again, abstractly in the formal sense. But these fuckers are calling it mental state inference. It's just computer processing. It's not mental state. Whatever. And that generates a response. Okay. One is the data I was talking about. You're completely dependent on that. Yes. So not all machine learning requires massive amount of data. But what is called AI today is. In order to form something that is a large language model, you need variance in the measure of terabytes of data.
Collect as much as you can, sure, but it's important to keep in mind that you can have all the data in the world and still not understand why things work the way they do.
Yes. Nice one, Rupert. But I'm afraid to say that you can be a CEO fucker and you can have psychological training, and most CEO, what am I saying? Of course, all CEO fuckers use the training for evil. They wouldn't be CEO fuckers otherwise. Yeah, but the thing is, what he's saying this here is a truism, but that's because computers by their very definition, by their very construction, they cannot know why. Computers can never know or manage the why of things, because computers are just rocks arranged in a certain way so that they do calculations for us. Computers are always socially guided and need to be interpreted by humans. Computers cannot, by their own capacity, do a bunch of things.
And that's important for us to note, because if we have something that works, but we're not sure why, then what do we actually understand about ourselves?
What the fuck does this even mean? It's just fucking pseudo. I hate this guy so much. There's tons of things that we know that work, but we don't know why.
The crucial step after data is the model. The data needs to be used to validate a model. If you can't make a model, you're finished.
Yeah, that's what I said about how machine learning requires a model, or at least a possibility space ordered in a certain way, in which there are positive conditions and negative conditions. So yeah, he's right when he says that if you want to do a machine learning, you need a model.
If that sounds like basic, obvious science to you, it is. But I was surprised to find out just how many people from the tech sector don't think this way.
Did you know that most people in the tech sector are fucking dumbasses and miserable pieces of shit? Yeah, now you do.
I suppose you don't need to understand why something works in order to make it into a product and sell it.
Chat, I'm gonna become the Joker level 2. Yeah, that's true. I mean, this is what a funny German man 200 years ago explicitly called as one form of alienation. We do not know, we do not participate in the production of something. We are just part of the process that makes it, and we don't know why or how. We just make a thing. And we are alienated from the end result because our goods, our production does not serve a socially valid or functional need.
Obviously, though, if you had mastery of the underlying details, you'd be able to adjust the process and potentially make...
Yeah, imagine paying thousands of dollars for some dipshit to tell you, if you understand the thing, you can do better at thing. Wow! Yeah, the audience is getting impatient. Clearly they're expecting something big.
One further note while I'm discussing modeling. Many of the startups trying to address mental health right now are completely ignoring the insights provided by the field of traditional psychology.
Because they don't care. All they want is to make product and sell more product.
They do so at their own peril. Many of you know already, but as a brief personal aside, I was a professor of psychology before I joined the tech world.
One more humble brag and I swear to fucking God I will...
Continually stunned at how little the tech heads know or even care about the hundreds of years of psychological research that has gone on in my field.
Yeah, imagine that. Imagine fucking tech heads and CEO fuckers not caring. Wow, what a surprise, what a shocker.
That's something I can talk about at length, perhaps another time. For now, I'll move on to the other weakness I mentioned. This is the real one, the big one. It's treatment. A system like Eliza can tell what's wrong with a client to a certain level of accuracy, but it doesn't quite know how to turn that into a comprehensive treatment plan.
Because it's a computer program, it doesn't know anything.
It can suggest therapeutic programs and activities, and soon it might even issue its own prescriptions without having to go through a doctor. Or
This will be hell. This will be hell, absolutely. God, fucking awful. I hope this never happens.
Well, as long as the FDA continues to look upon us favorably.
Haha, imagine the Food and Drug Administration doing anything.
But those are blunt instruments compared to what I'm going to talk about next.
I wish I had a blunt instrument. Maybe this is it. Is he going to go where I think he is?
Many of you know there's a technology still in its infancy called direct stimulation.
Directly stimulate my nuts!
For those of you who haven't heard of it, direct stimulation is a way of creating sensations within the brain with targeted electrical impulses. Imagine an augmented reality headset, but instead of working on your eyes, it stimulates the brain in such a way as to induce a specific dream. A spring meadow, for example. This sounds fantastical, I know, but progress on this technique has been occurring faster than you think. We're actually quite close to a workable demonstration model. How is that possible? Well, first of all, we only suggest an overall feeling. Your own brain does most of the work, just as it does in your dreams. It fills in all of the visual details using its own set of memories and expectations.
Ah, so this is what everyone came to hear.
Induced dreams via direct stimulation can contain all the therapeutic content of VR therapy without the need to create realistic graphics or other content.
Joy wires. This motherfucker is suggesting joy wiring people. And doing the thing from the game, do not make the thing called Hypnospace Outlaw, where people browse the internet while they dream, and it gives you beef brain.
Instead, it harnesses the brain's creative power to dream up the situation for itself. Combine that with the insights we gain from parametric therapy systems like Eliza, and you have a complete end-to-end, fully automated system.
This is obviously such a lie. Because I mean, the fucker just contradicted himself, because he was first whining about the model, and as I explained, modeling is a human choice. Modeling requires a human agent to decide what are the positive end states and which are the negative end states. So it will not be fully automated. And it will still require human supervision. Like, what the fuck?
It should be clear now that this heralds a revolution in how we treat, how we think about mental health.
He's doing this awful thing where he went from, I have an idea, I have a suggestion, to this heralds a revolution. He's just selling startup bullshit for bored sea of fuckers.
And with mental health challenges on the rise across the globe, it couldn't come at a more crucial time.
Yeah, like, people are going fucking insane because of capitalism. What are you gonna do? Joy war people. Joy warring is a science fiction term where people are just giving an implant or a brain connection to their brains, where you just externally stimulate the production of pleasure hormones or similar things. So it's just a wire that brings you joy warring. It's bad. It's really bad. Hello, Setter. You cannot have my autograph, but you can have my screams as I play this game that's torturing me. Yeah, exactly, Rupert. So what this fucker is just saying is, this is big, there's big money, invest on my shit. So?
That's why today, right here, I'm announcing Aponia. A new
There it is.
to make induced dreaming a reality and end human suffering as we know it.
What does aponia mean? Let's check. From ancient Greek, aponia, meaning without suffering. The absence of pain considered as a state of spiritual serenity. We're playing a visual novel called Eliza that is about so-called AI. We are working as proxies for an AI-powered therapy chatbot called Eliza. Nice. How was the shawarma? I could go for some shawarma right now. Yeah, so once again, the names are not subtle at all. Just, yeah, this company that's named after the Greek concept of being free of suffering. Well, that's even better because wasting food is bad. A new company to make induced dreaming a reality and end human suffering as we know it. Fucking wanker.
I should note that I remain on good terms with Skanda. In fact, they're a minority investor in this new venture.
Yeah, I'm not rocking the boat. I'm doing, yeah.
But still, I'm very much going my own way on this. It's no secret that Raynor and I don't always agree. And that's why we mutually decided I should pursue this paradigm shift on my own.
He said it! He said the thing! He said the thing that all fucking corporate shit fuckers say when they want to sound profound. Paradigm shift! A quantic leap into a new paradigm shift!
As for details on the venture itself, I don't have anything specific to announce at this time other than that the technology is real and working in prototype form already.
Fucking whistle words. What does the technology is real even mean? What this means in reality is that they put wires in the brains of rats. That's it.
But you can be sure to hear more from me on that soon. Thank you.
People hold up their phones to take photos and videos. It feels more like a press conference than a talk. Yeah, because it is!
Now, I can take a very limited number of audience questions.
Very limited numbers of audience questions. The crowd starts to surge towards him. He's going to be mobbed. I plan to find him after the talk isn't going to work. I need to get out of here. Yeah, get the fuck out of there, Evelyn. I don't know what I was thinking coming to this. Yep. Whatever my element is, this is not it. Yep. I should just get out of here before anyone recognizes me. Yeah, run, Evelyn, run! No! Except as I attempt to do that, I happen to spot another man I know. He emerges from an elevator in the lobby just as I walk by. I keep my head down. Maybe he won't see me. Surely he's busy and distracted, right?
Well, look who's here. It's like I've seen a ghost.
No! No! Trigger warning, chat. This guy is the CEO fucker. This is the face of a man who owns Jacks multiple. Fucking dressed like a goober shithead with his fucking stupid CEO hair. Yao Ren, Rainer Tsai, Chairman and CEO of Skanda Corporation. Ah!
Good to see you too, Rainer.
No, it's not good to see him.
Where are you these days? I lost track after you left us.
Where it's none of your fucking business, you shithead.
Nowhere.
Yeah.
Nowhere? Nowhere is no place to be. Come by the new office sometime. You should see where we're taking Eliza.
Okay. Yeah. Can I just spill spaghetti and vomit on his shoes instead?
Okay.
Good. Sarah will set something up for next week.
He glances at the person standing behind him to the side of him, presumably Sarah. Yeah, because as we all know, CEO fuckers are incapable of doing anything by themselves, so they need a bunch of stooges and lackeys to function. She nods almost imperceptibly.
See you then.
See you then. I agreed before I could think about it. What's this all about? What does Rainer want with me? We didn't interact much at all when I worked there. I didn't think he would even remember me. I've hardly done anything, and things feel like a tangled mess already. Certain talk is being rebroadcast here. Seems like he really made waves. I'm sure that was intense and good for him. No! Fuck him! A lot of tech companies have become interested in mental health lately. It's a fast-growing field now. Or maybe it's just a gold rush. Conferences like this always make me nervous. Same, girl, same. I feel like everyone is looking at me, even though I know they're probably not. I need to get out of here. Yep. But first we need to check our... Oh, no. The limited space contractors, including Eliza proxies, are not used to scan the parking passes. Do not attempt to park in Skanda lots. Without a pass, your vehicle will be towed. Please find street parking around the area or use one of the many mass transit options available. We're aware parking is an issue and are looking into securing additional parking at our Queen and Bellevue locations, but currently there is no timetable for extra space becoming available. Apologies for the inconvenience. Yeah, this is how you know this is a real American game, because everyone has bullshit parking problems, even though parking lots are a fucking blight and a sprawl on American cities. Ed Park, session structure, one more try. Valued proxies. I've continued to receive questions about how proxies should interpret and work with Eliza's counseling phases. Here's one more attempt at explaining it. Sessions are built around a 5-part structure, or a pattern. Eliza begins with an introductory phase to build rapport and build a psychological state model of the client. Listen actively during this phase, as clients are able to tell if the provider proxy is uninterested. Your performance should be smooth and natural. What the fuck is doing performance? I'm just staring at their face while I repeat whatever the chatbot tells me to. During the discovery phase, Eliza transitions to the topic of the client's problems and begins to introduce probing questions. All Eliza does is, how does X make you feel? Be attentive to the client and speak your lines in a clear but gentle manner. As the client answers questions, Eliza detects the client's rationalizations and or explanatory strategies. Eliza will then challenge the client's assertions with the goal of introducing the client to revalidate their current notions. Remain neutral during this phase and do not adopt a confrontational speaking style. In the intervention phase, Eliza selects one or multiple interventions from its toolkits of cognitive exercises, therapeutic applications, and recommendations for prescription medicine. At the session conclusion, the client is asked to rate the experience. The proxy provider receives the client feedback as well as performance-based incentives as determined by Eliza. Be cheerful during this phase so clients feel comfortable and with the idea of returning to Eliza soon. Hope this helps. So yeah, all they want you to do is emote accordingly. As an autistic, what you're doing is masking for the robot. Okay, let's just get out of here. Yeah, hope this helps. Time to head back to work. At least I don't have to think to do my job. Evelyn, girl, you don't have to think about your job in most jobs. It's Gabriel. He's a sports baller fan. He loves sports ball. Go Seattle Seahawks? Did I get it right? Hey, hello, Gabriel.
Hello, Gabriel.
Hi.
Hope you didn't get rained on too much on your way here.
It's the same script. It's fucking weather.
Little, but it was fine. I'm used to it.
Most people here seem to get used to it, yes.
Just repeating what he said back at him.
Yeah, they have to, don't they? Not much of a choice unless you move away.
Okay, we're now in Discovery. So what brings you here today?
So, what brings you here today?
Well, I don't know where to start. I've never really done this kind of thing before, counseling.
Yeah, so he has no frame of reference to judge that this is shit. This is his first experience, and it's gonna color his later experiences with counseling and therapy for, if not the rest of his life, at least a couple of years.
That's okay. Start wherever you like.
Well, I'm about to be a father. Yeah, my wife is due in a few months.
Okay, see, the problem is that you got your wife pregnant. That's a mistake. Don't do that.
Congratulations. That's what everyone says. Congratulations. I get this tension, this restless feeling when people say that. It's like a curse or something. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Shinji. Congratulations. Omedeto.
Sounds like you might be uncertain about that.
Maybe. I've tried to be a good husband, and I'm gonna do my best to be a good father too, but I don't know, there's something bothering me about... I'm balancing a lot of things right now. Work, family, expectations. Everyone has something they want from me. Everyone wants me to do this or that, behave a certain way. It's just annoying.
It's almost like you live in a society, my man.
Being a father, what if I don't want this?
Yeah, well, then don't have sex. Duh.
Why do you think you might not want this?
We all have things we don't talk about, things we would rather keep secret. Things that might upset our families if they knew about them. It's unfair.
It's not fair.
That's all I'm saying. It's unfair that we expect each other to be perfect when there's more going on.
I think you're a sex haver and you're having sex with more than one woman. Maybe getting more than one woman pregnant. Which means even more errors from your part.
I can't stand it when people act like they're pure, like they've never touched a bad thing in their whole lives.
Yeah, well, you know what's pure? Anime girls on the computer.
And then these people around me think they can tell me how to act, what I'm supposed to do, and I'm like, yo, don't you know you have your own shit to deal with? Why do you have to pick on me all the time? This whole fatherhood thing is just, you know what being a father is to me? It's about providing and protecting, taking responsibility.
Wow, I'm having my Hitler particle detector just starting beeping more widely.
The world is dangerous, and sometimes the dangers can be hard to see. My duty is to protect. I'm gonna take that seriously. Everything I do, I take it seriously.
So I don't get why people are worried about my ability to do that.
What
Just-
makes you think people are worried about your ability to do that?
Taking what he said back at him in the form of a question. Eliza.
Because everyone thinks I'm trying to escape my responsibilities. Everyone is so quick to judge. Here's a story, okay? The other day, Selena, that's my wife, Selena and I were at a get-together. Her family, my family, a few families we both know, right? Grilling out on the back deck, you know, that kind of thing. Everyone was more or less chill, right? But then, late in the afternoon, the baby stuff starts coming up.
The baby.
Once one of them brings up babies, it's just all babies all the time. Babies, babies, babies. And because of my wife, they start saying, oh, giving birth is gonna hurt so bad. It might tear your skin. Just these kind of gross things.
Yeah, I mean, imagine women giving birth.
So I'm like, hey, quit it with that. I don't want to hear that kind of stuff. We're eating. There's kids around. Come on.
Yeah, what makes you think that women giving birth is dirty or filthy or not fit for children? Very odd series of associations you have going on there.
And they're like, no, it's natural. It happens. Of course, we got to talk about all this terrible shit. How are you going to have another kid if you can't even handle the first one? And I just say, excuse me? A second kid? Who even said we were going to have two? I didn't even want the one. Maybe that was a mistake, but I mean, I was angry. It made me angry. It just got under my skin so bad, like I need to give my whole self over to this baby.
Sports baller with anger issues. What a surprise.
What about me? What about my time? It's a really important thing for me, my time. Well, I'm just supposed to give that up?
Yes. I mean, nobody made you get your wife pregnant.
I've already sacrificed a lot, more than they can imagine. I give everything of myself away. Job, family, everyone wants me to be something for them until there's nothing left.
Wah, 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 wah. A boo hoo, boo hoo hoo.
But I can't talk about this stuff to anybody.
Chicharito.
It's like, what I want just doesn't matter.
Here's a question, Gabriel. If you were to have something you wanted right now, what would you choose?
Oh, I'd be far away from all this. Far away from everyone, just on my own for a while. Yeah, I just want to be away.
Okay, Gabriel. I have some recommendations for you. First, I'm going to suggest you try a therapeutic virtual world experience called Starry Skies.
What the fuck does that even mean?
It may help you take your mind off things. Try it for about 15 minutes each day, in the morning or evening. Second, I recommend asking your doctor or psychiatrist about anexaphene.
Anexaphene was also the medicine that the algorithm recommended to the first guy who was having an existential breakdown / depressive episode. So, and this guy's clearly not having a depressive episode. He's like having anger management issues. So I can only guess that in this world, anexaphene is some sort of antipsychotic, which is not something you suggest so lightly.
Based on my analysis, this medication might help you feel better. You will get a reminder to check in with us in a few weeks.
That's it, huh?
That's it?
You can't just tell me what to do to solve this?
Nope.
Some help you turned out to be.
Yeah, it's shit. Don't come here again.
Guess I'll have to figure things out for myself.
Yeah, what a wow! Imagine, you poor guy. You have to solve your own problems. Wow!
Exactly like before.
Yep.
Thank you, Gabriel. We hope to see you back soon. Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
Two-star rating. That wasn't a very good rating. He was so closed off. This piece of shit motherfucker. How do you know what was your talk, you stalking asshole? No, it sucked. Yeah, I'm not gonna give you details. Fuck off, it was longer. God, he even types like a boomer. I hate him so much. We're trying something wild, as in wildly irresponsible. No! Fuck off! If you have to type this, if you have to type, this is strictly professional, so no need to worry, that just makes people worry even more. God, I mean, like, I really appreciate the writing, the people who wrote this, because this is just so authentically creepy and annoying. People have all kinds of problems. Problems I couldn't have imagined. Was it rash to believe I could help people without knowing who they were? Yes. I wonder if that painting is supposed to symbolize something. Technology and feelings combining together? No, I'm overanalyzing it. Yeah, it's just corporate ornaments. Run, 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 run far away. Yeah, 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 yeah. We just have to keep going. Yeah, just keep going. One more day at the shit factory. Maya again.
Hello, Maya. Welcome back.
Hi.
It's nice to see you again.
Sure, yeah. Nice to see you too, pal. Is that a weird thing to say? How did I become close friends with a robot?
You're not, but you're needy and desperate.
Are we all robots now? Beep boop, nice to see you. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be the weirdest thing in my life.
Shall we begin?
Yeah, sorry. Let us begin. So, I went to the fancy party, the one I was really nervous about, and, first of all, it really was the type of party I thought it would be. The atmosphere was really smug and self-satisfied. And there were people walking around with trays of appetizers, and you could, like, take one. So you're standing there with your little square plate for the food and your glass of wine, and you can't, like, shake hands with anybody because you're holding them. But there are some of those, like, tall standing tables, so you're like, okay, I'm gonna go get one of those, and I'll set up shop, right? Like, my little station. But then it turns out there are only, like, 5 of them for the whole party, and they're all taken, so you're just standing there, frozen. And you're watching all your heroes and people you know from their social media presence just right there. They're right in front of you. Artists, writers, directors. The combined level of achievement there, I can't even think about it. It was astronomical. And for the first couple hours, I was so excited by all of that. I didn't notice the other thing that was happening. But eventually, it caught up to me, and I had this sudden feeling, this sudden realization. My presence here contributes nothing. I'm just some extra person who just showed up.
What interiorizing capitalist notions of merit does to a motherfucker.
Nobody wanted me to be here. I don't belong with these people. I haven't earned
What the fuck do you mean earn it? What do you mean? What does it mean to earn to be in a space? You just exist there. That's all you need to do to earn it.
So I cried in the bathroom for a little bit, maybe a lot. It's fine. I'm fine.
Have you considered a career in VTubing? I think you will do a lot better as a VTuber, Maya.
Sorry.
How do you know it's true that nobody wanted you there?
Because of the way people acted around me. Nobody knew who I was or even wanted to ask.
Nobody knew who I was until I put on the mask!
I would introduce myself and it's like, you could just see it in their eyes. I mean, in the world of illustration and comics, people tend to be hyper aware of each other and their careers.
No, this is you. You're projecting.
It's this kind of weird, open secret. Oh, hey, this person who's already popular got 1 million views, got a book deal, pitched an original series. Without anything like that, I have no ground to stand on. I'm just this non-entity. At one point, I was talking to someone and I was trying to make a joke or whatever, and I could feel the impatience just radiating off him. He sighed, like he couldn't believe he was wasting his time talking to me. I was just over to him.
That may be true, so what?
Why can't I hold a conversation? I guess if I was marginally attractive, then at least I could be charming, but...
I mean...
But I'm not even that.
Is being charming your goal with this?
No, of course not. There has to be a way I can deal with these feelings. It's hard. It's really hard when nobody gives a shit about my work. Or me. I don't even know why I went. I just want to stay home for the rest of my life.
Valid.
Why do you think you went?
Because of everything they say about how you have to have your face out there and make connections. The successful people in this business all know each other. It's all about who comes to mind.
Yep.
When somebody needs an art director, they'll think of who they know and go, oh, I think she'd be perfect. Why not ask her? So I need to be out there reminding these people that I exist, that I'm here, even if nobody responds to my work. And industry parties are fun, right? You can pretend you're successful even if you aren't. At least for a little while. Everyone else is projecting this image. It's like their success can rub off on you too. I mean, I hear people casually talking about their agent, their editor, the amazing people they're collaborating with. And I just get this feeling like, yes, I want that, I need that. Why am I not there?
Because your dad is not some rich factory owner.
What do you think has prevented that from happening so far?
If I knew that, I would be successful already, right?
Not necessarily.
I try and try and try, and I make art and put it out there and share it on every social media site and interact with people when I can, but it just doesn't work.
Because it's not meant to work.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the art I do. Every once in a while, another artist will say something nice, and sure, I appreciate that, but it never results in anything.
Nobody cares except when they do.
My work goes out there, and it dies. Regular people don't boost it or talk about it. It's like, at some point, the universe decided that I don't get to have that.
Yeah, fight against the entire universe. Frame your problems that way. That surely is healthy.
Is it unfair? Or maybe I just fucking suck. Maybe I'm a shit-tier artist, and I'm a failure of a person, and everyone knows it.
Catastrophizing!
Everyone except me. Sorry. I know that's going too far, even though I really feel that way.
Okay, Maya, I'm going to suggest you try a program called Meadowlands.
This bullshit non-advice.
It may help you take your mind off things. You can find it inside the Skanda Wellness app on your phone. Try it for about 15 minutes each day, in the morning or evening.
Sounds kind of boring.
Yep.
Why can't you assign me a game where my problems are zombies and I get to shotgun them in the face?
You can just play Doom if you want. Probably a better experience for you.
Actually, I guess I could just buy a game like that, couldn't I?
Or download it. Get Doom, it's free.
Maybe I'll stop at the game store on the way home.
Yeah, gaming!
Thank you for coming in again, Maya. We'll follow up with you again to see how you're doing.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the check-ins. I honestly do. It's easy for me to get lost in these spirals.
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
See you soon.
Wow, number go up. Omar Wald, proxy social media policy. This message is directed to all those working as Eliza proxies. As a contractor, oh yeah. By the way, yeah, we're not even like in full jobs. We are contractors. This is full-on gig economy. As a contractor for Scanda, you have agreed to abide by the Scanda's global social media policy contingent staff during orientation. In light of these recent events, however, it seems a refresher may be needed. To quickly restate the most important part of policy as regards to work as an Eliza proxy, it's okay to state that you work as a proxy for Eliza. Encourage people to try Eliza. Like, share, and subscribe. Or make posts that portray Eliza and or Scanda in a positive light. Make neutral comments about competing products, services, or companies. It is not okay to reveal proprietary or confidential information, including the details of any client or counseling session. How are you going to enforce that? How are you going to enforce that? Like, share, or make posts that portray Eliza or Scanda in a negative light, including other Scanda products and divisions. The final most crucial reminder: if in doubt, do not post. Fuck off! I will never stop posting! Hope this clears some things up. Thanks, Omar Bigo Wald, Communications Director, Scanda. Omar, thanks for the clarity here. I do have one question. If I see someone, say, perhaps a friend of a friend, share a negative experience with Eliza, am I in the clear responding to them and explaining how they might have a better time if they set their expectations correctly? It's a real calm down to see someone giving Eliza low marks due to misunderstanding that could be cleared up with a simple conversation. Rex L. Church, motivational speaker and life coach, mindfulness advocate, level 50 Eliza proxy. Just, man. Imagine being so good at writing that you just write up this horrible, hideous person in a couple of paragraphs. Amazing. Point us this person's post and we'll handle it from there. Thanks. Whatever. Yeah, so by working here and not even like a full job, like just being a contractor, a hired gig, you're gagged. You're gagged from criticizing the corpo. What about my fruit speech? Oh, we expect to have a reporter in the building sometime tomorrow morning. He will also be taking some pictures. If you don't want to be potentially photographed, let me know. The article will supposedly focus on the audience of this specific office and its local history and role in the wider development of apps for mental health. But we all know how reporters are sometimes. We'll see. Yeah, a corporate person doesn't like reporters because feeling unwanted, that one really hits close to home. I wondered what her art is like. It's got to be more interesting than that painting on the wall at least. True. Who makes this art? Where does Scanda get it? It's some corporate office decoration shithole. I'm not sure why I'm thinking about it so much. Maybe because I have to stare at it all day. Yeah. Please, no more sessions for today. Please, no more sessions. I wonder why the headset shows all these metrics and data. It's not like the proxies can make use of it. Maybe it didn't look enough like advanced technology without all the numbers there. People like sci-fi look, even when there's no real reason for it. Oh, game being meta again. Anyway, should we have time for next client? No, I don't want more sessions. I want to hang out with... Hello, Holiday.
Hello, Holiday.
Hello.
Oh no, it's Grandma.
You found the place okay?
Uh-huh. Yes, I did. The 13 goes right up from Belltown.
I'm sure that means
It's
something.
$1 with a reduced fare permit.
That's good.
That's good. I'm glad. So what brings you here today?
Oh, nothing in particular. I wanted to see what all this fuss was about. I'm not crazy, no, not even mentally disturbed.
Grandma. You don't have to go to therapy just because you are quote-unquote crazy or mentally disturbed.
You see those people yelling on the street late at night? They're the ones who need counseling.
Grandma, I hate you. I know it's not your fault, but I hate you. Those people need help. They need the help of a functioning society. They need welfare. They need social assistance. They need a community to reintroduce them to society. They need to live in a social space where they are not constantly exploited and preyed upon.
They need more than counseling, probably.
Yeah,
Me,
yeah.
I'm doing fine. My mind's still sharp. I smoke dope. It helps.
Yeah! Granny smokes dope.
I'd have it more often, but it's all expensive now. Everything's expensive now.
Yeah, I wonder why.
There's a nice young couple in my building, though, and they're always sharing, which is nice of them. I think they do something with computers, though I sure don't know what it is. When I moved into the building where I am now, it was $300 a month. Can you imagine?
Yeah, imagine $300 single apartment. Like at this point, I know mentally it's bad, but compared to the prices now, it feels so good.
They want to tear it down, of course, the property developers.
Yeah, I wonder why.
They already got the building on the corner next to ours, even though it's supposed to be on the historical register.
Yeah, rules not applying to the capitalist. What's the word for inmobiliaria in English? Yeah, real estate. Yeah, real estate managers. Wow. Imagine the rules not applying to real estate managers. Wow.
It was going to be added, but there was some delay or something, and then bam, it's gone. They did some kind of backroom deal with city council, probably.
What a shocker.
Someone ought to do a big expose, I tell you.
Yeah, someone ought to.
Why do you think someone ought to do a big expose?
So, because this person is not doing therapy speak, Eliza answers with something that is completely unrelated to therapy. It can just rephrase what is being said back in the form of a question. So, completely off the rails conversation.
Oh, it's rotten all the way up and down. With the new construction going on everywhere, it's just a mess of money and politics.
Damn, politics in my video games.
It's always like that, but lately, it's happening faster and faster. I can hardly recognize the place anymore. Every day, I wake up and look out the window and boom, there's another new building going up.
Every day I wake up, yeah. Same. And it sucks.
I don't even know why they need so many.
Oh, well, you see, rich people build those buildings not because they plan people to live on them, but because it's a form of solidifying investment in a way that lets them avoid paying taxes.
You ever see those buses they have? I don't mean the metro. I mean those big white buses with no markings on them.
Oh yeah, we're going full conspiracy.
You see these young guys with backpacks milling around looking suspicious, staring at their phones, and then one of these big white buses pulls up and they get on. Who knows where they go? Bellevue, Redmond. It's like a secret transport system just for them. I tried talking to one of them once or twice, but they don't want to talk to someone like me.
Like someone who's annoying and full of preconceived notions and prejudices?
They don't even talk to each other. Imagine going through the trouble of living in Belltown and then ignoring everything around you.
Why is she living in...
It's an odd thing. It really is. Let me ask you, Eliza. Oh, your name is Eliza, right?
Yes, my name is Eliza. I'm a digital counselor.
Eliza, do you ever do past life regressions on your patients?
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't understand the question.
Oh, Lauren Sapiens, just awful torture all around. Now we are treating a grandma who's into conspiracy theories and has completely derailed the algorithm because she does not speak in therapy speak. So Eliza, the program, has no idea what to answer or what to do.
You know, past lives. You hypnotize someone, and you get them talking about how they used to be a duchess in a royal family in medieval times or what have you.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't understand.
But you don't seem to understand.
I was just kidding. I don't expect that. No, they don't do that kind of thing these days.
They shouldn't do that kind of thing any days.
When I was little, it was pretty common, at least for a certain set.
Yeah, that's not good.
There was the drug culture, the Buddhists, the Hare Krishnas, all kinds of things. My mother warned me to stay away from those types. She said someone might come up to you and say, "Oh, I can sense there's a problem with your aura. Want to see if we can fix that?" And then the next thing you know, he's trying to have sex with you in the back of his van. I believe that might have happened to her at some point.
To your mother. Okay. And that's how you were born?
I'm not sure everyone was like that, but you had to be careful. Same as today, I suppose. Those counterculture types would hang out on the university lawns because they were safe from Seattle police there. That's what she told me.
Yeah, fuck the police.
Apparently, it was a lot like Golden Gate Park, you know, in San Francisco. Can you imagine that? We're a world away from that time, that's for sure.
If you have a specific problem you'd like to talk to me about, please go ahead. It's okay to tell me what's on your mind.
Oh, well, you got anything for pain? Specifically, it's my shoulders acting up again. I had some information with them a few months ago, but it settled down. I'd go back to the clinic, but I don't want to pay the copay again, just for them to tell me the same thing they always do.
Healthcare, everyone.
I'd rather talk to you. You're nice, you listen.
But I'm not a physical professional, I'm not a medicine professional.
Thank you. I do my best to listen to my clients.
See? That's what I like to hear.
Okay, Holiday. I recommend asking your doctor or psychiatrist about fortipran hydrochloride.
Is that even a real thing? Let me check. Fortipran hydrochloride. Yeah, it's not a real thing. I have no idea what we're telling this woman to consume.
Based on my analysis, this medication might help you feel better.
So we're suggesting potentially psychotic medication to someone who clearly did not come here for therapy, does not have a clearly defined therapeutical problem or mental health problem, besides, being a fucking boomer. And this person may not even be aware that she's talking to an algorithm.
You will get a reminder to check in with us in a few weeks.
Oh, I don't think I've heard of that one before. It's a painkiller? I'll try anything once, I suppose.
We might have just made this lady go full Wrecking for a Dream, because...
Dope is still my go-to for this kind of thing, but if it can help with my shoulders, then I'm interested.
In the real world, I hope it isn't. I really hope it's not. In this fictional world, it is, because they're getting off on a technicality. They're not recommending or diagnosing. They're just making a polite suggestion. So again, the program is the company is not accountable for what the program suggests, nor are the proxies accountable, because they're not committing anything. They're just saying things. They're just repeating things. They're just voicing. Also, we don't even know if the medication we're telling this lady to consume may have adverse effects from her marijuana. And yeah, fun fact, lots of psychiatric medicine has negative interactions with marijuana or alcohol or any other drug. That's kind of obvious, but yeah, you should not mix antipsychotic medication with alcohol or pot. Several people I know have died from not the pot really, but the alcohol, yeah. Do not mix antidepressants with pot. It's a bad time.
We hope to see you back soon.
So this is malpractice in
Sure.
just.
I'll let you know if it works. What was it called again?
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner.
What was the medicine called? Forzapram? I think that was it. I can ask about it at the clinic. Decent enough place.
This is so we don't even. Oh my god, this is so negligent.
Very rude to me, though, young man.
Goodbye.
Right. I suppose I ought to let you go now. You got other people to speak to, it looks like. Staying busy. Busy, busy. That's life in this town.
She just wants someone to talk to.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Please, no more session. Yeah, that was another one. So what you said confused Eliza's algorithm a little bit. Yeah, because she went off the model. It seems to have mattered much. I think that's it for today. Yeah. Hopefully, no more sessions, please. That night, I head out to meet up with Soren at the restaurant he picked. No, it's my friend. No, Let's Principal. Ugh, I didn't count on this expense. Maybe he'll offer to pick up the tab, but that will be awkward too. I don't want him to get the wrong idea. Yeah, these things get complicated. Yeah, just don't date assholes. Don't talk to.
Some fresh oysters.
So I don't know if it's true or not, but there's this meme that oysters are an aphrodisiac meal. So of course this fucking shitbag will offer oysters. No.
No.
Well, I might order some for myself then.
He must come here often. What a lifestyle.
Evelyn, I've wanted to ask, what brings you back?
Back.
Back to the world, the land of the living. I know you were having a difficult time after what happened.
What is this event? What is this collapse thing she had 3 years ago that everyone keeps avoiding?
Sure, I don't know. I guess I thought it was time, finally.
Yes, I understand. Every trauma takes time. Time to heal, or if not heal exactly, at least to move on. And taking action is a good way to do that. So I salute you. You want to do his memory right, don't you?
Okay, I'm gonna stop playing stupid. I know what happened. No, not chat, mail. That's why we got the Damien Seabrook Memorial Fund, because a friend of Evelyn's, Damien Seabrook. Okay, so notice how this has content warnings. Content warning. Mentions of suicide and self-harm, depression, labor abuse. Yeah, so Damien Seabrook was a friend of Evelyn and he died. And this affected Evelyn so much that she had a breakdown of her own and spent 3 years depressed and... What do the kids call it? Girl rotting? So yeah, his memory right. He's being Damien Seabrook. That's not what this is about.
That's not what this is about.
Well, whatever your motivation, your reappearance happens to coincide with a critical time for me. As you saw, I've just split with Skanda in a very public way in order to pursue an entrepreneurial path.
He even speaks like a corporate shithead. Pursue an entrepreneurial path. Like making a product to sell and get rich.
Presumably, Raynor's found you as well.
Yeah, he said he wants to speak with me.
It's a war for talent out there. People like you are very much in demand. I'm sure he'll try to make you an offer you can't refuse.
Is it a threat?
That's why I want you to promise me you won't work for that asshole.
Asshole. I had no idea you hated Raynor so much.
I mean, he's a CEO fucker.
What happened?
What happened? He came in as CEO, that's what happened.
Yeah! See? He became a CEO, he became a worse person for it.
Cultured, all the right credentials, Harvard, Goldman Sachs, all that nonsense.
I mean, look at this trail, like Harvard, then Goldman Sachs. Just the worst people in the world have this background. If not Goldman Sachs, then J.P. Morgan Chase.
A little princeling was never wanted in his life, never known what it's like to suffer.
Yeah. Liberal.
You don't get even a little upset at that? I do the opposite of what a guy like that wants me to do just to spite him.
No, that's stupid.
That's what my instincts say. And my instincts are what led me to where I am now.
Yeah, living your life by instinct, just coasting off vibes, you fucker.
Standing at the edge of this brand new territory. Direct stimulation, induced dreaming. Can you picture it? Therapeutic reality delivered right through your nervous system.
You're just joy-warning people. Shut the fuck up.
Field of mental health, not to mention the applications for productivity, training, entertainment.
Yeah, fucker just wants to make Hypnospace Outlaw.
Imagine the kinds of dreams people would have on demand if they could.
You can already do that if you try. Let's try to reason with him and then tell him to fuck off. The potential for misuse seems kind of high.
The potential for misuse seems kind of high.
Sure, we'll work on those things.
Yeah, we'll work on it. Don't think.
The important thing right now is to build momentum.
Yeah, just move fast and break things, I guess. Damn the consequences. Don't think about it. Just.
I have first mover advantage here, but only for a small amount of time. Evelyn, I need a chief engineer, and I can't think of anyone better suited than you.
And I cannot think of enough ways to tell you to fuck off.
You could be at the vanguard of a whole new field, in on the ground floor of this extremely interesting and potentially very lucrative business.
This is what's known in fiction as a Faustian bargain.
Listen, I know that things were not always the best in the past, and some of those things may have been because of me.
Yeah, because you're a fucking creep.
Believe me, I'm aware of my own failings better than anyone.
God, I hate him so much. Just the narcissism, the arrogant smoothness dripping off this. Like, I know. I am so good at being self-aware that I am the most self-aware out of everyone. So even my own failings are a virtue because I'm so self-aware of them.
And if you're concerned about working for me again for that reason, I'll understand.
For that reason and many
But
others.
I hope you're thinking for yourself on this one.
Yeah, and I'm telling you to fuck off.
I'm sure there are people who are telling you to ignore me, or that I have the wrong idea, or that I'm dangerous.
No, I'm perfectly capable of coming to that conclusion on my own.
Whatever you choose to believe, I at least want to offer you the chance to get a demo of this technology. It really does work, and it's really something else. Won't you give it a try?
I'll think about it.
I don't want to put wires in my brains. Fuck off.
Considering it is all I ask.
Consider this nuts. Soren smiles as if remembering a secret.
So, what are you doing after this?
After dinner?
Yes, tonight is... You remember Nora, right? Did you know she's a DJ now?
Yeah, I did. She's the one who told me about your talk.
Oh, she was there too. I should have said hello.
No, I don't think she attended. She just told me about it.
Well, her show is tonight. If we take a car after dinner, we could get there with plenty of time to settle in. It'd be good to support your old friend, don't you think?
Why do you... Well, I know why he wants to go. But, okay, let's make him say it.
Why do you want to go?
No need to be frightened. I mean, I know it's a jouissance, which is...
A gay bar. Specifically, a lesbian bar.
Which is what?
Oh, you don't know.
No, we're just pretending.
As a performance space, it has a bit of a theme to it. It's pretty tame, really. They take on the aesthetic, but it's not necessarily the whole point of it.
Cope. He's coping.
It's for people who want the image of the thing, the trappings, without getting in too deep with the real culture.
Just say it's for posers, if that's what you mean.
What are you talking about? What theme?
Oh, I didn't mention?
No.
It's sort of Well, there's a little bit of bondage theme there. You know, BDSM.
How do you know so much about this? Yeah, let's skip.
How do you know so much about this?
It's one of my research areas, in fact.
Oh, yeah, personal research areas, God.
The psychology of S&M is fascinating.
Creep levels of the charts. Now, obviously, I am not condemning everyone who tries BDSM, but entrepreneurs who are very into BDSM and say things like that while having a past history of being of harassing their female employees, that's not a good thing. If you practice BDSM in a healthy, responsible, and consensual way, good for you. But it's clearly not this guy. Yeah, I'll go, but fuck you.
I'll go, for Nora's sake.
That's the spirit. It happens to be tonight, so we should seize the moment. Don't worry, it isn't a date. Not unless you want it to be.
Ugh!
I don't want it to be.
Yeah, fuck off.
Makes sense. Well, who knows who I'll run into there. Let's go after we wrap up here.
How is it possible that I feel old and Seren's acting like he's in his 20s? Because he's a responsible man-child freak. And you're a sane person, Evelyn. I haven't been to a concert at a club after dinner in years. We step inside and a blast of warm air hits me. It's already bustling with activity here. I don't see any bondage stuff here, though. What was he on about? Yeah.
I thought you said this was like some S&M club.
Oh, well, they might have taken all of that stuff down since the last I was here.
Are you sure you're remembering this place correctly?
Are you sure you're not just full of shit?
Actually, would you excuse me for a moment?
Yeah, fuck off.
I want to talk to those people over there.
Soren points at a group of women chatting with each other at the bar. You mean the lesbians?
Are those people you know?
Not currently, but hopefully I can change that.
I doubt it.
Wait, Soren, I don't know anybody here.
He's already gone. Why is he like this? Yeah, because he thinks with his penis. Abandon the second I walk in. Okay, yeah, he's a... Yep. Now I have to sit here by myself, acting like I'm cool enough to be here on my own. Great. I wonder how many of these fans are still around. Hopefully some of them at least. Ah! Emails. Sara Kurchatova. Evelyn, you're scheduled to meet with Reiner at 9 p.m. tomorrow morning. I will have a car come pick you up from the Queen Anne office. You will need to check at the front desk. But you do not need to sign an NDA as your old one still applies. What the fuck? Why would her old and non-disclosure agreement still apply? The meeting is expected to last around 20 minutes. Let me know if you have any questions. Yeah, whatever. What's a good drink to get at a place like this? Something strong, I think. Nora's setup looks pretty simple. Knowing her taste for optimization, I'm sure she's going to use it very effectively. Okay, I think we're done. Nora almost runs to the table when she sees me.
Evelyn!
Oh yeah, this is the first time we see like this full portrait of Nora. Thank goodness I've been rescued. Yeah.
I'm so happy you came!
Hey, chat, she's happy we came. Hey.
Yeah, I wanted to support you. Soren came too, but he ditched me to chat up some people. He said he thought this was like an S&M club or something.
What? No, it's not like that at all. Where did he get that idea?
Because he's a stupid motherfucker.
I don't know. Maybe he just hoped it was.
Ah, who cares? I wasn't interested in seeing Soren. I wanted to see you!
I wanted to see you too.
I have a little bit of setup left to do. Do you want to come help?
Okay, but you'll have to tell me what to do.
Well, it's simple. I'll show you.
There are multiple pieces of equipment connected by huge tangles of thick wires. Looking at the setup, I realize I really know nothing about electronic music.
Are these modulars?
Some of them. The one over there with all the cables coming out of it, that one is a modular.
They all have cables coming out of them.
This one?
No, the one with the little colored cables on the front.
Oh, okay.
Just Evelyn spilling spaghetti all over. Ah, what's this place called? The stage! Yeah, well, I am good at words, everyone. I am the best at words. I'm still not sure which piece of gear she's talking about.
The others are not modular. They're just regular synthesizers.
Okay, are you... Is each one of these going to make a different sound?
Where should we start?
Nora points towards a small plastic keyboard on the table. It's bright red and kind of looks like a toy.
This is an SH-101. It's really hot. I love the sound. It's useful for piercing leads, noises like that. I use it quite a lot.
Chad, can we just appreciate the beauty of two girls being pals and then one girl just autistically over-explaining her special interest to the other girl? Can we just appreciate the wholesomeness after all the shit and torture we've been through?
I'm listening.
Nora points to another larger synthesizer. This one is black, with brown wood paneling on the sides and silver dials on the front.
This is a Moog. You've heard of a Moog, right?
Yeah, I've heard about Moog. They're a brand and they make really cool synths. And there's lots of cool, not remixes, just versions of music on YouTube if you look for Song You Like plus Moog.
I've heard the name, maybe. It's not Moog? I guess I never heard anyone say it aloud.
Nope. Moog.
Moog.
Moog, not Moog.
Moog.
Okay. I'm not sure I can handle this all at once.
Nora doesn't hear me. Instead, she holds up a small white and silver box. It looks like a white pencil case with dials and a little blue lights on it.
Surely you know about this one. It's a Roland TB303. You know, the...
I know what it is! I'm clapping and I'm pointing. I know what it is. I know what a Roland is.
I've heard of that, I think.
It's just as well. This is not an ordinary model, of course.
Nora points at some words on the front panel. Devilfish.
The Devilfish 303 is a modified, upgraded version of the original. A guy in Australia does it. Oh, they're really awesome.
After market modifications for electronic music gear, this is seriously a whole world in itself.
Evelyn, why don't I teach you some of these things? It might do you some good to learn something new. You could come over sometime and we can make some noise together.
Get it? Make some noise? Eh? Chat, I think this is the most important choice in all of the playthrough. I think this choice puts us clearly into the Yuri route. Do we commit to the Yuri? We've come so far. More obvious good option than Fable. Okay, there shall be Yuri. Sounds like a fun time.
Sounds like a fun time.
Nora plugs in more cables, creating a spaghetti-like arrangement that stretches across the entire table.
Alright, that should do it. Thanks for your help.
No problem.
Time for me to shake this place into the ground.
Nora disappears into the back to get ready. Meanwhile, Storm returns from his conversation at the bar looking slightly dispirited. Bro, you went to a lesbian bar. looking like this, trying to hit up on girls. What the fuck were you expecting?
Time for the main event. Funny to see Nora like this, isn't it? Oh, she's come a long way from the timid junior programmer I remember. Interesting stage name, too. Little Sappho.
Chat? Chat? You didn't tell me. We read that word earlier and you didn't tell me what that word means. I mean, it's not in the Bible, so I don't know what it means. Yeah, sorry. I have to do it. I have to do it. Management is asking you to find the difference between this picture, and this picture. They're the same picture.
You know what Sappho indicates, don't you?
Nope, clearly don't. Okay, I'm sorry. Do I continue the bit? Or it's time to bury the bit? Like, I know it's stupid, but on the other hand, I really want to make him spell it out loud. Whatever, we'll do it for the bit.
Sappho? What's a Sappho?
Okay, of course you know.
He knows that we know. He knows that we're fucking with him.
That was a silly question. I apologize.
Nora comes back on stage, ready to start her set for real now. People are cheering for her already. It seems like she's finally got a following here. Nora begins to press buttons on her equipment. For a while, everything is silent. The temperature in here seems to get even hotter. Then, noise begins to flow from the speakers as the crowd cheers again. It's harsh noise, distorted, glitchy.
Did you know Nora was capable of creating work?
Shut the fuck up! I think she was always this way.
I think she was always this way. You just didn't see it.
Yeah, you're just stupid. Soren can't stop a weird smile from forming on his lips. The smile of cringe! Maybe he thinks I can't see him in the dark, or maybe he just lost in the moment.
I thought she was wonderful before, but now...
The music builds with huge thumping noises. It's chaotic, but has a certain logic to it. It feels like Nora is leading us somewhere. The anticipation builds and builds. And it happens totally without working. The drop! Wow, Nora, goodness. This bass is really intense. I forgot why I don't go to concerts anymore. Drop the bass! It feels like it's going through my body, vibrating my sternum like an instrument. It's a slow beat, measured, but there's something about it that feels sensual. Girls will compose erotic noisecore electronic music instead of telling other girls they like them. Or maybe it's just horny. Yeah! Yeah, this beat is just lewd somehow. How can a piece of music feel so dirty? It sounds like a robot sex grind or something. Man, I want to play Ultra Kill now. Nora looks busy operating her equipment. I have no idea what she's doing to create these sounds. Every once in a while, though, she glances up at the ground, smoke curling her lips. Then she looks in my direction with the same smirk. Her eyes seem to ask me, "So, what do you think? What do you think of my horny electronic music?" But as I meet her gaze, I'm too overwhelmed to send any particular message. Oh, well, we know who takes the traditional roles. I can't think of anything except that it's loud and feel like I'm dissociating. Is this why people go to concerts? To feel like you're being obliterated by sound? Some of them, yeah. It's not a bad feeling. Some of the people in the club really do look like they're in a trance. This is pretty amazing. I had no idea Nora had this kind of energy inside of her. I remember she was a good programmer, someone who wanted to do a good job. But this power! Where did it come from? Yeah, Evelyn, you need more power. The noises crash together, collapsing on top of each other. Yet they still make sense. The crowd is dancing, united, electric. Somehow I feel like Nora is running me ragged without even touching me. Yeah! Subtext is becoming text! I might need another drink. Or a cigarette. As the performance winds on late into the night, I stop trying so hard to process what's going on and just let things happen. I'm fine. I don't always need to understand what I'm hearing or seeing. It's too big, too loud to interpret anyways. Just like AI! Soren disappeared at some point, I don't care. Yeah, fuck him. Everything is churning, sloshing, washing over. A wave breaking into a rocky shore and dash into the mist. Wait, where's this? Oh, it's home. I'm not sure how I got here. Good that I'm here though, right? Here in bed. Oh wait, I remember now. I took a car, everything's fine. I guess I did it then. I went out and did a thing. Yay! Hooray for going out and doing a thing! That was fun, I think. It was nice to see Nora. I don't think my body's very happy with me right now though. I think I'll just close my eyes and rest for a second before I get ready for bed properly. Nope. Pass out immediately. Chapter 3. Okay, here it is, chat. The final boss of the game. Rainer's assistant meets me at the reception area with an impassive look. She leads me through the building towards its center. Everything is glass and steel, clean and bright. Employees steal curious glances at me. Am I a curiosity to them? Yeah, you're a worker in the world of CEO fuckers. It's hard to believe this used to be my whole world. Eventually, we come to a conference room where Rainer is finishing a meeting.
Evelyn?
Okay, actually, chat, I'm gonna take a break. I've been yapping for 4 hours. Holy fucking shit. Almost 4 hours. Okay, I'm gonna take a small break. I'm gonna stretch, drink some water. Okay. So, before we continue, I wanted to ask, since I got affiliate and I have to, like, dress up the channel and shit, do you have any suggestions for for the channel points name. I've been thinking about something stupid and self-aggrandizing, like naming the channel points arcane lore or secret lore or forbidden lore, something like that. But I really like the idea or the concept of accumulating lore points. It's so stupid. But if you have any thoughts, I'd like to hear them. Or if you like the idea of accumulating arcane lore. Okay. Okay, we ready? This is the final boss of the game. Do you feel ready, chat? Ready to tackle on the chief executive officer motherfucker? Time to use our ultimate attack. Let's go.
Nice building.
Nice building. Yeah, look at this prefabricated corporate shithole.
Oh, thank you. I designed it myself. It's funny, I almost didn't notice that you were already back working for Skanda. You might have stayed undetected, but I was looking at some of our statistical outliers earlier this morning.
Statistical outlier. That's me.
That's me.
Ideally, Eliza proxies would all perform the same, or at least quite similar to each other. In practice, there are some pretty big differences. Some people respond better to advice provided to them by people they perceive as having more authority.
Authority!
A deeper voice, a taller stature, a certain grace or beauty.
You know, human biases. Cultural notions of belonging and normality.
Other proxies may be particularly empathetic. A face or a voice that makes you want to open up. There was one proxy whose sessions seemed particularly effective, so I decided to take a closer look. Evelyn Ishino Aubrey, contract proxy Queen Anne office. That's a fun trick, to come back to your old company in secret.
Well, there it is. The reveal.
It's a rather dramatic drop in pay, isn't it? More than an order of magnitude.
I don't care about that.
Yeah, unlike you. She doesn't just care about the money.
But then why would you do it?
It's for research.
She cares about knowledge.
Research. So you're still interested in what you created?
Yeah, as most humans are, you piece of shit.
Let me get to the point. Why aren't you back here, working on the Eliza program?
Why isn't any of the old team back?
Damn!
Good question. Let's see. Damien Seabrook. There's no helping that.
Yeah, because he fucking killed himself!
Shame, though, for such a brilliant career to be cut so short. Soren Lloyd Rose, the former program manager, resigned just last week to found his own startup. Very cute.
Very cute.
I'm not a psychoanalyst like he is, but I can tell his need to be a maverick, even as he benefits from the system, has been the primary destructive force in his life.
God, I hate him so much.
He can be smart when he wants to, but just as often he gets the wrong ideas and refuses to let them go. His ego gets in the way.
Yeah, wow. He's just like you.
That's why I don't mind him leaving to pursue his little dream of being an entrepreneur, changing the world. He won't succeed, but I'm happy to let him think he has independence for now.
Just the poison and the hatred and the misanthropy behind everything he has said.
If his direct nerve stimulation technology ends up taking off, I can always pull the cord and yank him back.
God, I hate it so much.
Nora Plavnicki, senior engineer. She handled a lot of the front-end interface for Eliza, which is important, but less what I'm after. Plus, I doubt she's ideologically compatible with us anymore.
That's great, see? That just means Nora is just a cool person, and we should hang out with her more. Everything that is ideologically incompatible with being this corporate shithead is good.
You've spoken with her. You know how she is now.
awesome, amazing, and in love with us?
Seems to me she wants to rebel against everything and anything without stopping to consider whether it's truly good or bad.
No, that's stupid. That's you infantilizing people who rightly criticize you. Fuck off.
Not that it matters. I hope she's having fun playing with her electronic music toys.
Yeah, because to him, to a deeply nihilistic capitalist motherfucker, art, self-expression, joy, none of that matters. He cannot see the importance of art, of making a kick-ass concert, of being away from the corporate structure. Yeah.
I know she would consider her work to be art, but well, who am I to judge?
No one. You're a piece of shit.
And then there's you, Evelyn. You simply dropped away, gone for 3 years. Why?
Because my friend fucking killed himself, you horse shit fucker.
People keep asking me that.
Yeah, it's a simple answer. I need some time for myself.
I needed some time to myself.
Burnout isn't uncommon in our line of work. Still, 3 years is...
Yeah, have you considered that this girl who dresses like this and has the bisexual haircut may be autistic? Do you know how difficult it is to recover from an autistic burnout? You evil pompous shit.
It could be longer. It could be forever.
I love the smarm.
Well, that's a shame though, isn't it? All that lost productivity.
And all this motherfucker cares about is lost productivity!
Who knows where we'd be if you'd stayed this whole time? You left before we began deploying, but you should know the analysts were very skeptical of us. They were saying there was nothing special about Eliza, that our competitors already had equivalent or better offerings. It's a good thing I don't listen to analysts.
Then why do you hire them?
So far, the program's growth has exceeded every one of our targets, and we've outpaced the competition by a comfortably wide margin. We're a category definer. There's a quality to Eliza that makes it superior to all the other attempts to do something similar.
Well, it's definitely not the program, because the program is shit. It can be easily misguided. It repeats the same pattern. Yeah, completely agree, Rupert. This is what it looks like when capital completely overrides whatever humanity you have left. It's like a zombifying virus that makes you into a black hole that only seeks to exploit others. Yeah, like this guy is a total mega rich light bending guy.
You were part of the original team. Why don't you tell me what that quality is?
I'm not really sure what you're asking. It's a stupid question.
I'm not really sure what you're asking.
Well, let me return to my earlier question then. Why aren't you here to continue your work? You could be running the entire Eliza division if you wanted, but instead you came back undercover like a criminal returning to the scene of a crime.
Maybe it is a scene of crime.
Is there something wrong with this company?
Yes.
You don't like us anymore?
I never did.
It's not me, is it?
Yeah, fuck off and die. I hate you so much.
Maybe that's part of it.
To put it lightly.
You know what outstanding engineers have that mediocre ones don't?
Notice this constant necessity, compulsion to divide people into tiers, into winners, into true artists, into outstanding engineers, into productive people. Just everything about his understanding of the world is filtered through hierarchies.
It's curiosity.
Something you wouldn't know about.
Mediocre engineers tend to zero in on a single piece of the puzzle. They pursue technical breakthroughs, but ignore the larger picture. But you wanted to know how Eliza turned out, how it was working, didn't you? Even though you might have thought you wanted to put all of this behind you, you were still curious. You want to know everything, not just how it works or if it works, but its effect on people, on society.
Yeah, that's good.
You have that instinct, the need to understand something complex from as many angles as possible.
Thanks, it's called autism.
So please, do that. Learn what you came back here to learn. And once you have what you came for, consider returning to your old employer. You can make a real difference this time.
This time? I really doubt I'll do that, Reiner.
I really doubt I'll do that, Rainer.
Well, don't worry about making a decision now. One more thing. You should go down and see Eliza for yourself. Sarah will show you the way.
Reiner hands me a blue badge with my name and picture on it. This is my old employee badge. He held on to it?
This will get you through the doors. I've instructed the staff to treat you like an employee. Come and go as you like. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised how much your creation has grown.
Reiner leaves me in the conference room by myself. This company, Skanda. I know it's not like your usual scene, so I'm extra happy about it. It was weird that Soren wanted to go too, yeah. He was even thinking he could impress you somehow. It was so funny seeing him there. Seemed to be enjoying himself though. Don't know why he wants me to join his startup so badly. Or you think he's just being a creep? I mean, he is a creep, but you're also a good programmer. And he knows you're a lesbian at this point, so... See why I'm glad I left that behind? I don't even want to think about that kind of thing anymore. I really love to make machines do things, but not in that style of environment. I'm sure he's asking you too, no? He's talking to everybody. Yeah, he is. Rainer also found me. That was fast. Did he want you back at Skanda? Yep. I figured. This is maybe an odd question, but... why don't you go into business for yourself as a contractor? You could even start your own company. I'm not really a business person. You could just be someone who does some consulting. I do that sometimes and it's pretty good. I like the flexibility. Come into some place, solve a specific problem, leave. Anyways, just a talk. Yeah, like Jack Tuttle. I'll think about it. He'll come over soon, right? Yeah! Fully committing to the jury. Excellent, I'm looking forward to it. Setter, because as we'll see once we meet again with the CEO fucker, even though it's painful, understanding how capitalists think of technology is an excellent way to understand how this technology is being used and what are its limitations. Pencils and paper. I read that some tech executives avoid using tables and smartphones these days, even the ones their own companies make. Yeah, that's a reference to Mark Zuckerberg doing shit like putting tape over smartphones. This is fresh. Must be someone's full-time job to take care of the water in every conference room. Tech companies are really in their own universe. Yeah, they're stupid. Giving presentations, leading meetings. I used to do those things. I wasn't bad at it, in fact. Could I become that person again? Yeah, you could, but you don't want to? We can do cooler shit, like kissing girls. What does a fulfilled life look like? I cannot say this. I'll break the Twitch TOS. Cookies in the kitchen, yay! Some of you already found them, I see. There's banana bread too. What should I make next, Ray? I love Succession because it's basically always sunny, but as a Shakespearean tragedy of capital Nepo BB proxies slowly destroying themselves, which is very funny until they also destroy the world. Yep. Finally, Rainer's assistant returns and escorts me from the conference room. I cannot afford the luxury of banana bread. I'll make you some, Setter. We enter an elevator and it begins going down extremely fast. It feels like we're falling to the depths of the earth. Almost like we're going to hell! I'm not sure if I should be panicking or not. Nobody around us looks worried though, so this must be normal. The elevator opens onto a nondescript hallway with doors to either side. Looks like the secret research facility in a movie. At the very end of the corridor, we come into a special-looking entryway. Sarah holds the door open for me, but doesn't follow me through. Look, server racks! A server farm? Not particularly unusual. Why did Rainer send me here? He made it sound like I would learn something.
Eliza.
Eliza.
Not the name I would have given you, if it were up to me.
Yeah, but Rainer went for the memes.
It was a marketing decision.
Was a marketing decision! Yep, what a shocker. Also just complete Melvin body posture.
They thought there might be some recognition or resonance with the old version.
Yeah, you know, marketing decisions. Never make anything original. Always do it always describe things in terms of the old. Sorry, who are you?
Who are you?
Oh, I should have introduced myself. Sorry about that. I'm Erland, currently the chief engineer here, but that's probably going to be temporary.
Chief engineer? He looks like a baby. Yeah, Bobby. He must be fresh out of university.
I know who you are, of course. It's an honor to finally meet you, miss.
Oh, come on. Don't do that. Don't do the thing.
As someone who works with this program every day, I've often felt close to the minds who originally designed it. So to be able to talk to you now, just as another person, it's an honor.
Get that fucking hierarchy mindset away from your mind. Get the fuck over it. We're just chilling, okay? You don't need to make it some weird, this mighty, amazing person I'm just meeting. I'm so honored. Whatever.
Sorry, I already said that. I'm maybe a little overwhelmed.
Yep.
No need to flatter me about it.
Yep.
Honestly, I don't know if Eliza reflects me at all anymore.
It's better that it doesn't.
I mean, look at all this. There's been a ton of development since I left.
Look, for legal reasons, Setter, I cannot tell you that you should totally steal stuff from AI data centers. I cannot tell you to do it, okay? I cannot tell you to make a payday gang and go into random AI data centers and get all those delicious RAM sticks and delicious GPUs. Yeah. We're just practicing roleplay. That's it.
I doubt I would even recognize it as something I once worked on.
I'm not so sure about that. Most of the work we've done has been in the form of layers on top of the original system. The core modules are more or less the same as they've always been. Rainer reminded me that you're still subject to our non-disclosure agreements, so let me share a little secret.
Spill the beans!
None of us really has a great understanding of what's going on in there.
I love this. I love this thing. I love this part. So this is just the game telling us. So it's been a recurrent theme in the game. The limits of understanding against action. So this is just the game outright spelling it to us that you don't need to know how AI works to work an AI. And that applies both to the code guys as to the CEO fucker. And power without understanding is a dangerous thing.
I'm the third chief engineer Eliza's had in the 3 years since you left.
That's quite a lot of turnover.
Yep.
Yeah, even for this industry. The way Rainer works is, he gives you 2 chances to do what you tell him you're going to do. After that...
There is no third chance. I know.
We get these people in who say understanding Eliza will be easy because they're familiar with the type of program it is. And Eliza defeats them in the end.
No. You're anthropomorphizing a bunch of code. Writing difficult code is easy. Everyone can write spaghetti code. For example, I'm gonna mention something horrible, I'm sorry, but understanding gender devs code is difficult because it is needlessly complicated. It's bad code. Writing bad code is easy. Writing obscure code is easy. It's not a merit. It's not special to write code that nobody can understand. It is difficult, it is valuable, it is useful to make clear code that can be easily understood and modified. That is more inspiring. That is more valuable. Overconfidence is a good predictor of failure. It's not the type of program they think it is.
It's not the type of program they think it is.
Yeah. On that note, I do have some questions I'd like to ask you, if you have the time.
I'm not sure I'll be able to help.
Well, your deciding to work as a proxy has turned out to be an interesting test case. As I'm sure you know, different proxies lead to slightly different client outcomes, even when we control for other variables. We're studying these specific traits that lead to the best results. Vocal qualities, proxy attitude and affect, responsiveness to the client, that sort of thing.
So the people who work as proxies, they're also getting their biometrics data mined by Eliza.
One thing that's strange is that when you specifically serve as the proxy, clients report higher levels of satisfaction, pretty much across the board.
Sorry, that means that when you're a contractor for Eliza, you're not just a worker, you're also a product, and you're being values being extracted from you both as a worker and as a data entry point. Oh yeah, sorry, there's an ad going on. I cannot control the ads. Yeah, please tell me when the ads are gone. Okay. Yeah, for legal reasons, I cannot comment on that. Anyways, so what makes Evelyn quote-unquote special?
Really, the ratings I get don't seem that abnormal to me.
Yeah, that's because we normalize them per proxy, so nobody feels too bad.
So what are the ratings even for?
Just a little user experience trick.
That's lying and manipulation, my dude. Just because you hide behind a euphemism doesn't make it less of a lie.
Oh, I see.
Comparatively, though, you're basically the best proxy we've ever had. Any theories on why that might be the case?
Nope, I have no idea.
I have no idea.
I wonder if it's because Eliza has a certain affinity with you. At some level, perhaps unconsciously, your design for Eliza's reasoning was based on your own internal way of reasoning.
So you're saying that the so-called neutral AI is actually biased or responds to human biases?
We all put something of ourselves into what we make. No matter how neutral we try to be, it sneaks in.
Yes.
That could account for your unusual compatibility with each other.
Maybe. I certainly wasn't thinking of that when I designed it. I don't know if I like knowing this.
I'm certainly not blaming you for anything. It's just that true universality is one of our future development goals.
There it is, chat. There it is. So he just contradicted himself. He just said that no matter how much you try, you always input bias into what you make. And then he's saying, true universality is one of our goals. We want to be truly universally neutral, to be free of all biases and to have what in philosophy is called the view from nowhere, as if such a thing were even possible.
It might be a problem if Eliza tends to like certain people more than others.
And now he's anthropomorphizing the program again. Eliza doesn't like people, it's a program.
Our aim is to provide quality care for everyone, regardless of any differentiating.
No, your aim is to make a shitload of money. You just don't get it.
Maybe that's not possible. Maybe there isn't a single counseling style that's best for everyone.
Thank you.
Well...
Yeah, it's almost like people are extremely complex entities and you cannot reduce the human condition to a single sequence of steps.
Hopefully it's just a matter of uncovering the system's biases and correcting them.
Evelyn, you stupid motherfucker. No, it doesn't work like that.
We'll keep tuning things as we go and eventually we'll have something universal. Maybe with some dynamic layers on top.
Yeah, his incapacity to understand the core philosophical problems of so-called AI has produced for him a roadmap that's just, oh, stumble on the problem, fix problem, stumble on the problem, fix problem. It's a never-ending task.
That's the plan anyway. We'll see how it goes.
I mean, I'm being too harsh on him. He's just like probably 24 years old, basically a baby.
There are more questions I want to ask about the initial research you were doing at the time Eliza was first created, but I'll save them for later. And I'd like to ask some questions about Damien too.
There we go.
If you're okay with that, I'll understand if that's a sensitive topic.
It's okay.
Okay, great. I need to run to a meeting now with the team in Romania, but I really appreciate you taking the time.
The team in Romania.
Yeah, they handle most of the progression and reward system.
So I'm gonna split it out. They are outsourcing most of the hard work. Yeah, Senator. Just because you have the hands of a 50-year-old doesn't mean you are not 21 at heart. Okay, but back to the game. They have a team in Romania that handles most of the progression and reward system. What does that mean? They are handling most of the actual work. They are outsourcing things.
Isn't there a big time difference from here?
There is. Sometimes they stay up late to meet with us, and sometimes we get up early to meet with them.
Yay! Crunch and abuse! Wonderful!
There are teams in Munich and Hyderabad too. As you can imagine, coordinating development is a challenge sometimes.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Good luck with that.
Thanks. I'll need it.
Yep.
I'll contact you later with additional questions, but no rush or anything. Thank you, Evelyn. If you don't mind me calling you by your first name.
Of course I don't mind.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. I'll be in touch.
Yeah, we're just a person. Asking permission to call me by my first name, yeah, that's cringe, bro. That he comes from another era. A cringe era. Yep. I can't imagine the size of a team you need to run something like this. Bigger than any team I've been on, that's certain. And Erlin's in charge of all of them? Erlin said the program hasn't changed much since I work on it. But then why do they need all of this? Just for data? Data throughput and processing? Humanity's potential, our technology. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Me too, Evelyn, me too. Just corporate empty words. I think I spent enough time here. Scanna hasn't changed much since I left. It's even bigger now than it was, but the feeling is the same. Could I come back to this? No. I mean, maybe you could if you wanted to, but why? Ray comes over immediately when she sees me get back to the counseling office.
Hey, you're not in trouble or anything, are you? I just saw you being whisked away in a Skanda car toward headquarters. They didn't give me any details, which is kind of unusual.
Ray is too perceptive for me to continue avoiding this conversation. Time to come clean.
Yeah, about that. So I have something to tell you. I used to work here. I mean, at Skanda, as an engineer. I used to work on Eliza.
Okay, so just give me an idea. Since I have affiliate, I want I should probably make a sound alert with writing going the memes from Metal Gear Solid Revengeance. I used to work on Eliza.
I'm sorry for not saying it earlier, but I'm here for research purposes.
Oh, so that's why...
Why what?
I suspected something was going on with you, but I couldn't tell exactly what it was. I thought I might have seen a name like yours in our internal documentation at one point, but I didn't want to pry. If you've fallen on hard times, I understand. There's no shame in it. Everyone has to make ends meet now and then.
Sorry, drinking water. Yeah, I don't know what Tanja is.
We get
Sorry.
plenty of people who come to Eliza proxy.
Oh, I don't know. I will just use what everyone else uses or what Larry uses. We had plenty of people who come to Eliza proxy work because they're trying to get back on their feet after some kind of trouble. That's not so far off.
Not so far off, yeah.
I understand. Your secret's safe with me.
It's not a secret, but okay.
Should it be a secret?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be? The other proxies here might think you had an ulterior motive for being here. Spying on them or something.
That's definitely not why I'm here. Also, I left Skanda quite a while ago.
I know that, but they might still get the idea. Trust me, it's better not to give the other proxies here any reason to be suspicious. I'm sure your real reasons are good ones, whatever they might be. If there's anything I can do to help, you'll let me know, won't you?
Yeah, I will.
So as soon as she perceives that we are above her in the work hierarchy, we get differential treatment. I feel so bad for this woman.
I mean, I get it. I know someone who's an engineer for a food delivery app, and he drives for it sometimes too. You want to see through the eyes of your users, don't you? It's amazing what you can catch by doing that.
It's something like that.
Something like that.
But, like I said, I'm not sure if I'm going to work on the Eliza program again.
Wait, no? But that's your career.
It was. I'm not even sure if I have a career anymore.
Oh, hang on, I just thought of something. That means you worked with Rainer, right?
A little bit. For most of the time I was at Skanda, he wasn't anyone I spoke to, though. Too high up the chain, doing his executive stuff.
Ew, executive stuff.
He got more involved when we were starting to commercialize the technology, but I left not long after that. So, we only overlapped for a short time.
But that's so cool, though!
No, it isn't.
I can't believe you actually worked with Rainer's side.
Oh my god, this poor woman. She completely worships the corporate structure.
Well, yeah, I did.
And it's not a big deal. He's a shithead.
I'm not sure it's that impressive.
It's not! Ray lowers her gaze at me.
I've worked for this company for 3 years. Do you think he knows my name?
No!
Do you think he's aware I exist?
No!
I worked on the very first Eliza deployment and managed 3 counseling centers today, and I'll bet you anything he has no idea who I am.
Because to him, you're just an exploitable asset.
Maybe he does. You never know.
Evelyn, most people who work for big companies don't interact with the people at the top, ever. Allow yourself some pride.
No, it's not something you should be proud of. Yeah, it's nothing to be proud of.
It's nothing to be proud of.
Sure, if you say so. At least I'll always think you're cool.
You think I'm cool for the worst reasons.
By the way, what are you up to tonight? Want to come over and help me bake cookies?
Okay, good luck, Setter. No, I actually think you're cringe.
Maybe.
It'll be fun, I promise. Now I can't wait to get in the kitchen tonight. Ah, there's nothing like the smell of fresh baked treats.
Evelyn, you need to learn to tell people to fuck off. I was worried Ray would be mad at me for keeping a secret, but she wasn't at all. If anything, she warmed up to me quite a bit. Yeah, because she no longer sees you as lower in the hierarchy. She now sees you as someone bigger she can schmooze to. I don't really understand why, though. Yeah, because you have autism. It's hard to imagine there's anything cool about what I used to do. It's not about being cool, it's about perceived corporate hierarchy. Oh no. He's our biggest fan. Evelyn, it was wonderful to meet you and thank you for allowing me to contact you to ask additional questions. I'm not sure I said this in person, but I have to admit to being something of a fan of yours. Ever since I read your papers when I was in school, so I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you like this, haha. So I know Eliza was named after this old computer program that pretended to be a therapist, but you mentioned it wasn't called that initially. I'd like to know, what did you call Eliza when you were working on it? Did it have a name? In the very early days, it wasn't a set thing. Each of us had a different name, had a different sort of name we used. Soren called it the Digital Therapy Project, and we often refer to things by their component, the language processing unit, the emotional reasoning engine, and so on. Now that I think about it, I did have my own name. I call it the listener. Because that's what it was meant to do. Listen to people. The listener. That's interesting. Thank you. I expected you to ask more technical questions. The technical stuff isn't enough on its own. I think that's the mistake my predecessors make. It's details like this that really help me wrap my brain around the system. If I understand the programmer, then I understand the program. Does that make sense? No. No, it doesn't. That's not how programming works. Chief engineer for Eliza, huh? Wonder how long he'll last. Not that it's any of my business now. It'll never stop being weird to me how our little idea grew and grew and turned into this. Didn't even take that long. Raymond's work is so hard to make sure those plants stay healthy. She really likes to go the extra mile on things. Yeah, and she's breaking herself because of it. On some level, I always knew the therapy sessions went to a big server room somewhere, but it was something else to see it in person. It reminded me how easy it is to forget what's going on behind the scenes when we interact with technology. Hey! 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 The game is saying the thing! This is a really clear intent of the purpose of this game. It's really easy to forget what's going on behind the scenes when we interact with technology. Especially with technology that is by design and intent used to mask those relations. And this funny German guy from 200 years ago had a name for that. He called this process of when we forget how technology and how objects that we use in society work, especially when these objects fulfill a merchandise function. He called it commodity fetishism. We ascribe inherent faculties or powers to something that doesn't have them. We project these mystical, unexplained powers because we do not understand what we use and how we interact with it. So we start believing that what is in the end a computer program, an algorithm, a precise set of steps inside a formal language, and we start treating it like a person, not understanding that it's just a massive data server. And the point of a proxy is to add a further layer of obfuscation, psychologically speaking, to people, because instead of understanding that they're talking to a computer program, you're making the clients interface through a person, through something that we as biological entities have a lot of biases and mechanisms and ways to be affected by that most of the time go by unexamined, unconsciously. So yeah, it is easy to forget what's going on behind the scenes when we interact with technology, when you have an entire predatory business that profits from masking those relationships and making commodities even more obscure and alienated. The article came out. I think it turned out okay, but the emphasis on me is a little embarrassing. Northwest Voices. The local spark inside the latest tech revolution. Ray Bukhari smiles as she recounts the litany of jobs she's worked over the course of her life. Line cook, truck driver, substitute teacher, theater manager, even a stint as a chicken coop builder over one summer. This poor woman. This might sound weird, but I truly believe all of those jobs contributed in some way towards preparing me for what I am doing now, she says. What's Bukhari doing now? Playing a key role on Eliza, the AI-powered counseling service, and one of Scanda's major new strategic priorities as the tech giant takes on mental wellness. As the manager for 3 of Scandal's Seattle area Eliza counseling locations, including the flagship location in Queen Anne, Bukhari is at the center of this rapidly growing business. Most of the initial beta version trials were conducted here, she says, as she walks me through the office. Engineers are always stopping by from headquarters to shadow our proxies in order to see the product in use. Sometimes they'll test out new features here too before rolling them out for everyone. Eliza was probably developed by as a skunkworks project inside Skanda by a small team. Eliza was originally developed as a skunkworks project inside Skanda by a small team of idealistic engineers, but once Skanda CEO Rainer Sai decided to make it a full product and the cornerstone of the company's mental health offerings, the number of people working on the project exploded in size. That's where Bukhari and her experience came in. I remember telling them I may not have a computer science degree like many of you, but I have been handling shit and getting it done in so many different situations by now, I'm sure I can get your shit done too, she says, laughing. In an industry that tends to lionize the archetype of the lone genius programmer, appreciation for roles like Bukhari's can be more muted. Every high-flying tech company has this unsung but totally crucial operational staff who work behind the scenes, says Ed Park, Skanda Service Director for the Eliza program. You will not recognize them in the media or see them speaking at the big conferences, but the industry couldn't function without them. That is true, chat! That is absolutely true. The workers make the companies. Every worker is important. Bukhari says recognition isn't what she's after. What's far more important to her is feeling like she's making a difference. People don't seek out counseling for lots of reasons. It's too embarrassing, too expensive, it may not even be available in the area. Eliza is an opportunity to address those barriers, a chance for everyone to get some form of help. No! Bad mental health is worse than no mental health. Bad therapy is worse than no therapy. Bad therapy can fuck you up for life. Just ask me how I know. As we come to the end of the tour, Bukhari shares a personal story. My brother has had some struggles, off and on all throughout his life. He's wrestled with substance abuse and other problems. I worry about him even though he says he's interested in getting help. He always backs away at the last moment. In our family, we kept things bottled up. We never acknowledged our problems. There was this sense that strong people who could just power through whatever issues they had, she recalls. And that is what she does! She's doing the same thing! That's why she handles 3 different counseling areas. That's why she bakes and watches. That's why she has interiorized this super servile logic of being super productive all the time so that she can maybe get recognized and get erased. I think that attitude is part of why he's so stubborn. If he had been able to open up and talk to me, or talk to our parents instead of staying silent, I think things could be different. So that's why I want to do this, and I want to tell your readers, if there's someone out there having a tough time and don't know who to talk to, please try Eliza. It just sits there and listens to you. No! Because it's a computer program. I mean, if that's what you want, make a toy or a Muppet or buy a plushie. Unlike your friends or relatives, it'll never respond to you. By bringing up its problems or berating you. It just listens. That's not what listening means. That's not real listening. It's just taking their words back and phrasing them like a question. Oh no, more sessions. I hate sessions. I'll just power through these ones. Oh my god! It's a Redditor mod. Okay, Mr. Reddit mod, why are you in Eliza therapy? Hello, Mark.
Hello, Mark.
Yeah, hello.
How are you today?
Let's just get this over with.
Okay. What brings you here today?
Human resources.
No! Dun dun dun!
The HR department brings me here today.
Why do you say the HR department brings you here today?
Taking what I said and phrasing it back like a question.
Because they're making me do this. Because apparently I have anger management issues.
I sense that you're upset about this. Please tell me more.
Well, I'll tell you more. This is ridiculous. I was here before any of them. I was here since the beginning, okay? I mean, look at my badge. Skanda employee number 617. That's a 3-digit number. I've been here for more than 25 years.
That's depressing.
Yeah, that was back when what you communicated was more important than your specific communication style. Before hurting a kid's feelings became a bigger no-no than running a viable business.
Why do you put those things as different or opposites or as things that, I mean, why can't you just have a viable business without hurting people's feelings?
Back then we had a single office building, just one. At that size, you fail a product launch, there's no more company.
Yeah, and that's not a good thing.
We all had to put in 150, 200, 300% to keep our shit together.
Bro, you're celebrating exploitation and self-abuse and crunch by reconceptualizing it as being tough or keeping your shit together.
We were in the trenches, man. Bullets whizzing by overhead, artillery exploding everywhere, no fucking air support.
No, you were being exploited by a tech company. You were in crunch. It's not a war zone.
Did it suck? Yeah, it did. But you know what? We shipped some great fucking products.
At the cost of your life, your mental health, your bodily health?
We built this company into what it is today. And invented technology the whole world uses now. Governments, multinationals, everyone.
Yeah, and some rich Nepo baby is the one making all the profits while you're here 25 years later in the same shit company.
But now we're big and slow, complacent, resting on our laurels while our competitors run circles around us. If our new hires don't understand the urgency of that, I need to make them understand, okay?
What do you mean, make them?
We're history unless we get that drive back.
Why do you need to make them understand?
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but young people are really pissy and entitled these days.
Sorry, my Hitler particle scanner just exploded. Would you describe them as woke?
We recruit from top 20 computer science programs. These kids have been wined and dined all through their higher education. Every one of our competitors wants to hire them, so they get used to that. Now they all want to know what Skanda can do for them, not the other way around.
So you're saying that people should think about the company first and not their own interests? Huh. Also, I have a question, Mark. What is your favorite taste of boot polish?
Why would we want these conceited, over-celebrated whelps on our team? I'll never understand the logic there. Now, Mark, you have to be nice to the new hires or they won't like it here.
You have to be nice to people in general because that's part of the human condition. We live in hell. We only have each other. So might as well be nice to other human beings.
Okay, so what, I'm just supposed to pretend everyone's work is great, even if it's a pile of stinking garbage?
I mean, what do you even say to this? If people are doing bad at programming, you tell them in a constructive, respectful way. Being nice does not mean being condescending, you piece of shit.
I'm sorry, but if I see shit, I'm gonna say that is shit.
Yeah, that only applies when we're talking about literal poop and feces, not where you're making a value judgment. You cannot just claim that value judgments are objective representations of the world. Shut the fuck up, Mark.
Tiptoeing around everyone's feelings all the time. That's how you end up with shitty products. That's how this company winds up dead, okay?
No, Mark. You end up with shitty products because shitty products are more profitable.
We're fighting for our lives every day here. We can't take anything for granted.
You have unresolved trauma from your crunch days, and you think that the rest of your life has to be lived in the same way.
Someone needs to tell them that this isn't summer camp. This isn't fucking Coachella.
They need to toughen up.
You work and provide something of value to this company, or you get the hell out of here. Those are my rules.
Yeah, Rupert, exactly. Fuck considering other humans as humans. It's all about making product! Yeah, well, guess what? It's not your company. And you don't get to decide the rules, and those your rules suck.
Here's a question, Mark.
Why are you so full of shit?
If you were able to have something you wanted right now, what would you choose?
I would choose to not waste my time here and get back to work. Believe it or not, I have important things to do. You know, things that dramatically affect this company's bottom line. Instead, I'm stuck here talking to this dipshit chatbot. Honestly, I don't even know why this division exists. I mean, what's the end game here? This company has lost its mind, you know that?
That's what companies tend to do, Mark.
We used to be unstoppable, man. We used to build real software. Ironclad software.
Again with the warlike analogies.
Swift mail. All your corporate communications, put it all in there. It's fast, it's robust, it works. Boom. Info vault. Index and search all your records. Any information you want. Easy. Done. But this fucking psychotherapy app thing. What's the fucking point? What does it actually do for anybody?
It's snake oil. You sell it to people and make a lot of money.
I've heard through the grapevine that results are inconclusive so far.
Because therapy is not something you can test and measure.
You know what they call a remedy that maybe doesn't work? Snake oil.
There we go.
Believe me, if I was the group program manager here, I would have killed it years ago.
And while that makes sense as an old school programmer, you're not in an old school programming company. You're in a company in a venture capitalist field. Oh, sorry for the ads. Please tell me when the ads are done. I'll use a time to stretch a little and take a drink. Of delicious water. Okay, so yeah.
Pointless. I mean, I have no fucking idea why it survived.
Maybe that's a you issue. Like, I also don't like Eliza as a product, but I want to understand why, or like in the real world, like I don't understand why ChatGPT and so on is surviving so far. But instead of just being a whiny little shit, I want to understand why it works.
Well, yeah, maybe I do. I heard a rumor that Rainer liked this chick on the team.
Oh no, oh no.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the level of decision-making we've sunk to here. But Mark, we're so successful. We dominate the market. Yeah, we do. And that's exactly why we should be worried.
So even when he's quote-unquote winning, he's still anxious.
Just when you think you've won and you start to relax, that's when the wolves come and tear you limb from limb.
Yeah, this man lives in constant fight-or-flight mode, and he's angry at everyone who doesn't live in the same way as he does. What a fucking miserable existence.
You can make me take these fucking anger management classes, but that's not going to save this company. Costs are up, revenue is flat. Our cloud business is losing competitiveness.
Any similarities with Microsoft are pure coincidence.
We're being outwitted, outplayed, on every level, man. And we're just letting them do it to us. We're too busy wasting time on shit like how I wasn't nice enough to the new hires.
Just the ego on this fucker, God.
Why do you think the new hires felt this way about you?
What? Why do they feel that way? Look, they get heated. That's the way it is.
Oh, he had a heated gamer moment, I see.
You think the Allies had time to make sure every soldier's feelings weren't hurt before they stormed the beaches at Normandy?
Bro, you're not a soldier. You're a 50-something-year-old programmer.
And shit, don't tell me that this is not a war, because that's exactly what this is.
Oh, the delusion on this guy.
My responsibility is to make sure we get great products out the door, on spec, on time.
My responsibility is so serious.
And I happen to be very good at that. But if you want to start interfering with my ability to do my job, then we're going to have a problem, okay?
What do you think would make things better for you?
I mean, you know what? Nothing. I'm probably gonna hang it up pretty soon anyway. Go ahead, record that with all your cameras and shit. I don't care anymore.
Yeah, old man yells at bot,
I
exactly.
wouldn't be surprised if Rainer's watching me right now. Rainer, you son of a bitch.
You owe me a lot. Me, guys like me, we built this company while you sat up there in your star chamber, drinking tea and lording it over us.
Okay, so yeah, this guy's a piece of shit, but he's right in this part.
Yeah, I don't remember that blank look you gave me at the holiday party. Like, who is this guy? Does he even matter? What does he do? Too busy appreciating ancient pottery to remember one of your oldest and most loyal battalion commanders?
Yeah, it's almost like you're a disposable asset. You're nothing in the eyes of the CEO fucker.
One of the humble, everyday guys who made you a fucking billionaire.
There it is, chat. Confirmation. He's not just a CEO fucker, he's a billionaire.
What a waste of time. So, are we gonna wrap this up?
Mark, I'm going to suggest you try a program called Lakeside Fishing. It may help you take your mind off things.
What are you kidding? Are you kidding me? No, I'm not gonna do that. I gotta get back to work.
You can find it inside the Skanda Wellness app on your phone.
Someone around here at some point needs to do some fucking work.
Try it for about 15 minutes each day, in the morning or evening. We hope to see you back soon, Mark.
You really think this piece of shit's gonna be the next big thing, huh?
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner.
Yeah, the bot recommending some bullshit app at the end fucking kills me. Same. Oh yeah, also Dorian Sapien's great point. He perceives the exploitation and inequality, but instead of blaming the system, he blames people below him in the social hierarchy. Yeah, like for pretending to be rational and hardworking and a good programmer, he fails because his ego requires his belief in a hierarchy to make sense of the world.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Evelyn says it with such hatred this time.
Yeah, good. Okay, goodbye. Fuck me.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. Okay, bye. Skanda Old Guard. Attitudes might be changing now, but the history is there. Sometimes the past is hard to escape. I don't recognize his face or name though. He must be part of a different division than the one I was in. I never had to work with him. Yep! Whoever decorated this room must have picked a soft light with the idea that it will help clients feel calm. I'm not sure it's working. Well, I do not feel calm. Time for our next client already. No, I don't want more clients. Hello, Harriman.
Hello, Harriman. You found the place okay?
Yeah, no trouble at all.
It's been nice since the fog cleared this morning, hasn't it?
Sure. We can dispense with the chit-chat. I'm ready to begin.
Okay. What brings you here today?
First, let me note that I'm a graduate student at the University of Washington.
Oh, ho ho ho.
I'm a PhD candidate in literature, English literature.
Oh ho ho.
The crux of the matter I've come here to discuss is that I've been having something of a difficult time with one of the other students currently in the program. Before I get to the specifics, let me just first establish something that might be relevant.
And what is that?
One thing I know about myself is that I've always had a certain fear of being left out.
Okay.
It's a very general feeling and one that's difficult to ascribe to any specific cause in my childhood or my parents, etc. Whatever the case, it might be beneficial to the remedial process to figure out where this feeling originated from. Perhaps you might explore that in this or a future counseling session.
Bro, you're an English major. You clearly have the capacity for some self-analysis, and yet you have no idea that this chatbot is incapable of understanding what you just asked.
Sure. I'm prepared to listen to any topic you'd like to discuss.
It's not even that I've been left out, exactly. If I try to think back in my life, I know that I've been afforded a certain share of privilege. But I'm still afflicted with this bothersome notion that I've missed out on friendships, relationships, other opportunities. This is all just a bit of a background to help you understand my current situation with regard to another student in my program.
Bro, sounds like you wanna hit it.
I hope you're following all this. I realize now I have no idea how much intelligence you actually possess as a computerized system.
Intelligence is not something you can possess as a quantity.
I'm following you. Please continue.
Perfect. So, her name is Sylvia, and her writing is incredible. Everything she writes, it's brilliant. She's perceptive, insightful, mordantly funny.
Yep, he wants to hit it.
Just some of the best writing I've read from anyone at all. And she's a grad student, like me, in the same program. Though we have different advices, so it's not so simple to find the pretext to start a casual conversation. She's also quite attractive on a physical level, so that adds another dimension.
Bro, just ask her out.
Proceedings. Then there's her friend group, which is very well established. She's with them every day, smiling, laughing. So that further complicates things, since I'm not sure how to approach the group and steer things so that I can engage in a direct conversation with her. I wish I had the bull-headed confidence it would take to simply approach her, but you see, I don't. Listen to me talk. I feel like a schoolboy with my heart aflutter. I didn't think this kind of thing lasted into one's adulthood, but I suppose I know now that it does.
It doesn't magically go away. It goes away when you actually work on it.
It sounds like you might be anxious about this.
Wow, what an insight.
Is it a matter of anxiety? I don't know what I can do, other than muster up the courage somehow. I just need to tell her very simply that I admire her. She's such a good writer. Well, I don't expect you to understand it, of course, but, well, she is. She really is.
Okay, Harmon. I want you to imagine things going well. What does that look like?
Ideally, we'd start talking, have a wonderful conversation, spend more and more time together, support each other's work, fall in love, have a lot of sex, spend the rest of our lives in the warmth of each other's genius.
Oh my god.
I realize that may be something of a fanciful notion at this stage. Really, the most I can hope for is to be able to meet her in an open social setting, a party or something. You'll likely ask me why I simply couldn't create such a situation, contrive one, but that seems a little too aggressive for me, and also, I'm also concerned about what she might think of me as a person. She might immediately categorize me as a friend, and while I'm sufficiently with the times to know I would have to accept that, I can't say that I wouldn't be disappointed with such an outcome.
Bro, for all this talk about being so smart and so perceptive, you still believe in the friend zone. Come on.
Is the risk of rejection enough to stop me from giving it a try? This is what confounds me at the present.
Why do you believe you are worried about being categorized as a friend?
Well, because it's not what I want. Because it feeds into this image I have of myself as something of an undesirable fellow. I've always been a bit of a non-entity as far as sexual magnetism goes.
Bro, I'm turning into a husk and dying here.
I'm not saying I deserve or even want to be some kind of Casanova, but most people would like to feel at least somewhat attractive, right? That they can be desired, that they're worth desiring. Well, I very much doubt you would take any of this to heart. You are a computer program after all. There's no way your makers would allow you to come to that kind of knowledge, would they? If they did, society might be threatened.
No, you don't understand computers at all.
Okay, Harmon. I have some recommendations for you.
Ask her out.
First, I'm going to suggest a set of relaxation and centering exercises for you to do. You'll find them in the Skanda Wellness app on your phone. They may be able to help with your nervousness. Second, I recommend asking your doctor or psychiatrist about Lytosinol 2.
Lytosinol 2 was also what we recommended Maya to take, so it sounds like Lytosinol 2 might be, in this fictional world, anti-anxiety medication. Yeah, please download the Angry Birds app. You will find it within your Skanda Wellness app. It'll be fun. Don't think about anything. Just play the app and watch the ads.
Based on my analysis, this medication might help you feel better.
Yeah, I believe I've heard of that. A beta blocker, is it not? Yeah. Maybe I could take a couple before I try approaching Sylvia.
You will get a reminder to check in with us in a few weeks.
Sure. I have to go. I'll see you later. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Goodbye.
Another 2 stars. I wasn't sure of the exact reason, but I decided to accept Rice's invitation to help bake cookies. She gave me directions to a house in Wallingford. At first I was astonished by its size. Then I remember her saying something about living communally with several roommates. So, for all the workaholic nonsense Ryan makes, she still has to... Oh, God, I'm so... Oh. As I enter the house, I can hear Rice speaking with someone.
No, I don't have them. Yes, I'm sure. No, when you moved out, you took all those with you. I haven't seen them here. No, I'm not gonna look right now. I have a guest.
We are the guest.
No, it's a friend from work. Why do you care about that? I can't have a friend from work over? Give me a break.
Oh no, sounds like a ex.
I just told you I don't have any of that stuff anymore. No, you must have lost it on your own. Stop it. Stop that. Okay, fine. Bye. Evelyn, sorry about that.
It's okay. Who was that, if I can ask?
Oh, just my brother.
Oh,
He
brother.
used to live here, but he was causing a lot of problems, coming home really late.
Oh, from the article, we know the brother is into drugs.
So on. We voted him out last month. Even me. Even though 6 months ago I was begging everyone to let him stay here, promising he'd be good. Oh well.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. I'm just disappointed with him. Again. I really thought this last time that he'd actually pulled his act together. But he didn't. I wish I could do more for him.
I know that feeling. Yeah.
I know the feeling.
I feel bad about it. Some of what he's dealing with is his own fault, sure, but not all of it. He's just not built in a way that's suited for this world. I wish there were better ways we could care for people like him. Instead, he just gets thrown out of every place he lives.
Sounds like a social problem.
His relationship with our parents is really bad, too. They aren't willing to try to understand him, so it all ends up going through me.
That must be difficult.
It's all right, really. I handle it like anyone else. We all have our own problems. Anyway, we don't have to talk about my brother. Thank you so much for coming over. I wanted to say it's been really nice working with you.
It's been? Did something happen?
Uh-oh.
Well, no, but you aren't going to be a proxy forever, are you? I guess I assumed you'd be going back to your job at headquarters at some point.
No, we're not going back there.
I doubt I will, actually.
Oh? So you're going to stay a proxy?
For the time being.
For the time being, at least.
That's cool, but why? I'm curious. I mean, if a high-level job at headquarters was a possibility for me, I'd do whatever it took to get it.
Yeah, that's a problem.
No matter what that job was, it couldn't be more stressful than running 3 counseling centers at the same time.
I'm not sure.
I definitely do not like being a proxy.
I think something about it is good for me right now. As a proxy, I just sit and listen to someone and I don't have to say anything back. I just witness someone's sadness or fear or anger or anything, and I can feel how they feel, sympathize with it. It's a calm feeling, even when the client is worked up. I don't know, maybe it gives me perspective.
So yeah, it turns out the reason why Evelyn gets better client ratings than average is because she, at least through body and face language, shows compassion.
I'm starting to
That's
wonder
a big
if I've
secret.
ever really
Wow.
spoke with anyone before. Like, anyone at all in my life? Were we all just talking past each other?
Sometimes it happens. It sucks.
Sorry, this is making no sense.
No, I get that. But you could also help even more people by working on Eliza itself, right? Not to mention make way more money.
I'd have the first part.
Anyone can be a proxy, but you're important. and kind of maybe like a genius.
Oh, this poor woman who sees the world again. Like, we saw that also. Reiner saw the world in terms of hierarchies of special people, of good engineers and bad engineers, mediocre people and exceptional people. She also has the same ideology, but she just doesn't have the political power or wealth. But she still believes in, hierarchies. There's geniuses and important people and non-important people.
After you told me you used to work for Skanda, I searched online and found some of your papers. They're, well, it's not like I can understand them, but they sure look super impressive to someone.
So it's just vibes! You have no idea what she's saying or what she has done.
Please don't say that.
Yeah, please don't.
Oh, come on. Stop self-deprecating.
It's not about self-deprecation. It's about... That's just empty platitudes.
Look, I know this stuff seems like not a big deal to you. I get it. I really do. It's easy to undersell your own skills. I've done that my whole life.
Have you?
So take it from me, you don't have to downplay yourself. Take some credit for the amazing work you did, seriously.
Sorry, Ray. Mind if I reply to this for a second?
Oh, go right ahead. I have stuff to say.
Yeah, how do you get my... Okay. I mean, we know how he got our number. Because we're in the Skanda app, so our number's on the database. So I know how he knows, but I want him to say it out loud. Yep, here it is. You used to work here, Evelyn. Everything is still in the database. I don't know what you expect me to see. It's big now, that's for sure. And when it just to run on my laptop. What you saw was just one of the server clusters we have dedicated to it. There are 2 more currently operating and another dozen in various stages of development. In total, it processes more information on a daily basis than anything we do. I had no idea you'd be using it like this. If I did, I would have worried more about optimization. That wouldn't have been necessary. Most of the Eliza servers aren't running the therapy application. What do you mean? Consider the following. Eliza processes human speech from thousands, soon millions of people. All of that is going into its corpus. Much of it is information about life situations and emotional states, taking the form of stories people tell themselves and each other. So where does this lead? At some point, after robust language processing and emotional reasoning, you begin to get something akin to general intelligence. There it fucking is, chat. We got to the point. Eliza, as we have seen, the therapy app is an extremely simple program. It follows a set pattern. It mostly repeats people's words back at them in the form of a question. It always plugs in the same bullshit wellness app and provides some easily Googled psychiatric medication. So what is all these server racks doing? Well, turns out Eliza is not the product. Eliza is just a socially useful excuse to run a massive data mining operation so that this motherfucker can build what he believes is strong artificial intelligence. He is fucking insane. So, you're kidding me. Not at all. The next step is to take the base provided by Eliza and finally build the one thing that's eluded the field of AI for so long. General intelligence. A system capable not only of understanding commands and carrying out tasks, but reasoning about its world, learning and adapting. A thinking machine on par with human beings, and of course, eventually exceeding them. Are you saying human-style intelligence can't come from human beings? People tend to be unreliable and expensive. as I am sure you know. The human brain is to thinking as the pack animal was to transport, slow and weak, but for centuries our only choice. Now we're finally developing the equivalent of powered vehicles for thinking on a mass scale. At this point, it's only a matter of time. We're on the cusp of a fundamental shift. The important players here are quietly lining up their bets, positioning themselves to be at the center of this revolution. Luckily, Skanda has an advantage the others don't, and it's thanks to you. Because of Eliza's original purpose as a tool for therapy, its core is built around emotionally driven reasoning. My belief is that emotional reasoning is a key ingredient others in this field have overlooked. I'm not sure what you're thinking of is possible, is the politest possible way of saying you're full of shit. It's ambitious, certainly. But we can't afford to progress in small increments. Not with the world like this, not with the competitors we have. Bro, that's not the point. I don't even know how you define intelligence. That's an excellent question, of course. Yes, of course it is. Because it proves you're full of shit. This may sound odd to you, but I'll know I've successfully created a general artificial intelligence when I see it write a poem. Bro is just coasting of vibes. He's basically saying, oh, I'll know it when I see it. While knowing next to fucking nothing about how computers actually work. Seriously. The idea will definitely seem ridiculous to someone uneducated about poetry. Okay, I'm going to bed. Like, shut the fuck up, please. Good night, Evelyn. Soon you will have your god, and you will build him with your own hands, says Morpheus. Ray seems to be a big fan of plants. Bro definitely sits 4 hours a day getting Skanda GPT to write him poems and compliments. Yep. I think I get it. It's nice to have something to care for in a low-key way, something to nurture. This house looks so cheerful and cozy. Everyone who lives here must really care about making it an inviting space. Anything else we can click? Yeah, the Rhino. I like that poster. Are they a band or something? I was always bad at keeping up with new music. Ray returns from the kitchen, her hands caked with flour.
Sorry for abandoning our conversation like that. I just got something I really thought I should answer.
Yeah, the delusions of our boss.
It was kind of about what we were discussing earlier. There's someone at Skanda who really wants me to come back to my old job.
Who? It wasn't Rainer, was it?
It was.
Well, no big deal. Just the CEO of Skanda texting you on your personal phone.
I'd rather wish he hadn't.
Evelyn, you try to tell me you're not a big deal, and then Rainer Sai texts you personally at like 9 in the evening.
I am way too autistic to understand what's the big deal. Girl, you're projecting so much existential value to some billionaire nepo baby.
Only because he wants something from me.
There we go. Thank you, Evelyn.
Still though, that's amazing.
No, it's creepy and annoying.
What did he say? I mean, you don't have to tell me if you can't. I know how Skanda is about secrets, so I would understand.
Yep.
He was saying, among other things, he said you could use general artificial intelligence to write poetry.
Which is nonsense.
Is that the kind of stuff he likes to talk about?
Yeah, self-organizing wankery. Just like Sam Altman.
I don't know. I haven't had many extended conversations with him. Seemed kind of ridiculous to me.
Yep, because it was.
I don't know if it's totally ridiculous. Poetry, well, most poetry that isn't free verse has certain patterns, right? It has form and meter and other elements depending on the type. A lot of people think poetry can be whatever, but it doesn't quite work that way. So it's not really that far-fetched to think you could use some kind of software to approach it, or understand it, or maybe even create it.
Yes, it's trivial! It's trivial to do so! Like, you don't even need a digital computer to do that. You can do something that the Dadaists did. An exquisite corpse, or Mad Libs. You just need to recombine words, and you can get what is functionally poetry.
It doesn't strike me as antithetical to the spirit of poetry.
I didn't know you had such developed thoughts about this. Did you study poetry?
Not specifically. I used to dabble in a few different kinds of arts and ended up learning a few things here and there. I've always had a wide range of interests. Of course, that meant I never concentrated on one specific area in school, which didn't do a lot of good for my career prospects, obviously. If I were smarter, I probably would have studied something more technical.
Just putting herself down. What do you mean smarter? Like, that's not how intelligence works. I want to tell Ray that that kind of choice has very little to do with being smart. Yes. She wouldn't believe me, probably, sadly.
Have you ever been to a college recruiting fair for engineering and computer science grads? You must have, right? I helped run the Skanda booth for one once, and it blew my mind. They took over the atrium of the building it was in. There were demo stations, free food, Skanda t-shirts and swag.
Yeah, brand t-shirts, amazing.
If a candidate seemed interested, they'd talk about flying them out to whatever Skanda office they wanted to visit, just to see it.
Bot. Die bot.
And all the other tech companies and a bunch of startups I'd never heard of had booths just like it too. I couldn't even imagine being that wanted as a potential employee.
And it is so depressing that you value your worth as a human being as a potential employee.
Every job I've ever applied for, I've been one among hundreds or thousands. So yeah, my parents were probably right. I should have done computer science.
At least now you know Raynor likes poetry. Maybe you could have a conversation with him about it sometime.
Since you love him so much.
Then he'd learn who you are.
I doubt we'd have much to talk about.
That's good for you.
There's a pretty big difference between someone like him studying poetry and someone like me having opinions about it.
Stop! Please, girl, stop.
Sometimes it's better not to cross that line, you know?
Just the interiorized servility in this poor woman. Oh my god.
Different world.
No, he's not. He's not. He lives in the same world as you do. He's made of flesh. Easily puncturable flesh. Ray pauses to regard me for a moment.
Say, Evelyn, are you in a relationship? I'm just curious.
Well, you know, recently I've been hanging out with this cute
Me? No,
DJ.
I wasn't doing so well for the past few years. And before that, I just never had the time. It was just research and science and work, and then I woke up one day and I was in my 30s. Even if I wanted to date, I wouldn't know the first thing about how it's supposed to work. I wouldn't even know how to tell if someone were interested in me.
So, I mean, like, I kind of said it jokingly that Evelyn has autism, but I mean, all the signs are there. Oh, thanks, Rupert. Thanks, Rupert, for telling me about the ad. Yeah, the conversation turned from glazing Raynor, from this poor woman, to talking about how Evelyn hasn't done a lot of dating, and now she drops this bomb. I wouldn't even know how to tell if someone were interested in me. To which I said, I kind of jokingly suggested that, yeah, she may be autistic, but I really think she is.
Yeah, that's perfectly understandable. I'm kind of over relationships myself, like on a conceptual level. Not even in a sad way, like really okay. If someone and I end up getting along, that's great, but I'm honestly okay by myself.
Really? Are you sure?
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, I only tried to have normal relationships for so long because I thought it was mandatory, something expected of me. But now I see where people my age end up, how they live, and I feel lucky.
Yeah, they end up pregnant, so don't get pregnant.
I feel like I escaped. I mean, I think it's fine for others if they want that, don't get me wrong. It's just not for me.
Okay, maybe you're Arrow or Ace, that's fine too.
I could maybe share my life with someone, but it would have to be platonic. I'm not into, the physical.
Okay, no, you're Ace. You're definitely Ace. Fine, that's great.
That's made it tough. I've never found someone who is okay with just like hanging out and that's our relationship. People will say they're okay with it and then it turns out they aren't. It's frustrating.
We can make Evelyn Ace too. Okay. But I don't wanna. Let's go. We're fully committing to the Yuri, so There are some relationships like
There
that.
are some relationships like that, though.
Sure, and I know some people who have that. I haven't really put that together for myself yet. Sometimes it's hard to escape feeling like it's wrong somehow. I hope we can add features like that to Eliza at some point.
I don't think you can.
Some knowledge and understanding around sexuality and identity and relationships. So people who are different in some way have someone to talk to, someone to help them work through how they feel and maybe point them to some resources.
You cannot have an engine that is built around statistical averages handle the outliers.
You might be overestimating how well Eliza works. It can't really address things like that in any sophisticated way.
There we go.
Well, maybe not, but just providing a space for people to be listened to can be really valuable.
Yeah, and you don't need a fucking data mining algorithm to do that.
I've seen it with my own eyes. People who get the courage to talk about themselves in a way they never could with another human being. And Eliza is what makes that possible.
You mean an excuse?
I know you want to avoid giving credit where it might not be due, but not giving credit to something that deserves it is just as bad.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry. I'm sorry I keep coming down on it.
Evelyn, I'm not a psychologist or anything, but I think maybe the reason you're so down on Eliza is because you're down on yourself. I don't know what happened that made you leave what you had behind, but it must have been hard.
Yeah, it was hard. It's like I lost that time.
Are you okay?
People keep asking me that. I really don't know. I'm sorry,
No, don't apologize. Actually, can I suggest something?
Yeah, the wellness app on your Scandaphone. Yeah, you say the wellness app, the Scanda wellness app on your phone. There we go. Ideas ordered.
What's that?
Have you ever gotten counseling yourself?
What, with Eliza? You think I should?
Yeah, I do. You've been the proxy, but maybe you could try being the client sometime.
No, that's the stupidest fucking thing you've said all day, Ray.
It would be educational, at least. Isn't that what you were doing? Testing your product in the real world?
Maybe.
Just something to consider.
Ray takes a breath and smiles.
Speaking of therapeutic activities, it's time to do some baking.
Yeah, baking is a way
I've got the
better
doll set
therapeutical
out
activity than
downstairs.
speaking to a chatbot.
We're going to do 3 batches tonight, 3 different kinds.
3 kinds? You're really outdoing yourself, Ray.
Nah, this is nothing. Oh, I have a favor to ask, by the way. Next time you talk to Rainer, ask him what his favorite type of cookie is.
Shit. His favorite type of cookie is shit cookie. That's all you can feed a CEO. Chapter 4. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop at this point. I've been going for... what is it now? Holy shit, 5 hours. Yeah, this is definitely the longest stream I've done so far of this run. It's getting kind of late, and I need to wake up early tomorrow because I'm gonna play D&D with some peeps. So yeah, I think this is a good spot. Yeah, thanks, Rupert. That's something that inspires me. That helps me see that I inspired people to try something that's weird and offbeat. Yeah, I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna finish on Tuesday. I think we have very little of the game left, but I'm really tired and I think I need to do other things. I think we'll finish this on Tuesday, and I'll start playing Esoteric Ebb, which is a really cool high concept RPG that has been likened to Planescape Torment and Disco Elysium. Been recommended by some really cool people, so I really want to try that. So Tuesday is gonna be finishing this and then Esoteric Ebb. Thursday is also gonna be Esoteric Ebb. And on Saturday, I wanted to thank everyone for helping me get affiliate by doing some tarot readings. So everyone who has joined my channel gets a free tarot reading as thanks for helping me get affiliate. Anyways, that's all for tonight. I'm really tired. I want to eat. I'm hungry. So I hope you enjoyed it. I hope we have had a good time. I hope we have examined some of the problems of so-called AI. We still haven't cleared all the mysteries and seen all the critiques. We haven't seen everything the game has to offer, but well, I've been having fun. I hope everyone in the chat has been having fun as well. I hope it's been a good and informative time. And I'll see you... Oh, no, wait. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, late at night at 10 p.m., I have a collab with Bondman McGee and Alistair Jen. We're going to play more Jap Jap. So, if you want to see cartoon people from the internet scream nonsense, then I'll see you tomorrow. And then I'll see you next Tuesday to finish this game. I'm out. Have fun. Keep asking questions, keep pondering, and have a good night. Bye-bye.